But it's, again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome to the Think Tank. So today we're going to watch, we're starting a little bit late, but it is day 2 of the trooper who is accused of unaliving his wife. They're saying on his side that she committed acts with a weapon, and the other side is saying no way could that have happened on its own, that the hubby had to have done this. So pretty interesting trial. I'm not quite sure how long it's supposed to last, but we'll be on it. We'll be on it. I don't think we've got any cases coming up in the immediate future. I don't think. I know James Crumbly is starting up here, but we haven't quite figured out yet if that's going to be televised. I don't know if that's going to be streamed. The Treehouse is supposed to be starting up again, so we can kind of keep our eye on that. We're on the 5th. Let's see here. I'm not sure if Karen Reed's still got some hearings coming up, but it looks like possibly a couple coming up this month. Her trial's now been moved to April. Looks like Richard Allen might have a hearing coming up. Another one for Karen Reed. So yeah, there's a few things coming up, but it does seem that it should be streamed. James is in front of the same judge as Jennifer. Okay, I'm looking. Are you guys interested in watching that one as well? Let me see what I can find here. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'll have to watch this at some point. Polk County's Sheriff Grady Judd is giving an update. We've got the mom-daughter M trial in Tennessee. And Grady's talking about moving humans again, and a bust. Well, I'm not seeing. Maybe it starts a bit later because I'm not seeing anything right now. Trial gets underway for James Crumbly, father of Michigan school Scooter. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Just crazy. Idaho man suffocated wife to death and put her in the bathtub. Alrighty, so this seems like, I don't know if this is the same trial or not. I don't know. Okay, and thank you, Mom. No, food poisoning is not fun. It comes out of every end, doesn't it? It's gross. And you be sick when you're dealing with that. So while we're waiting, I'm just going to see if I can find anything on Crumbly. If we're liking this trial, I can always give updates too. This world, I tell you what. Oh, is that right, Mom? Orange County is where he is supposed to be. We're talking about the Madeline Soto case. They've moved him. Daniel was also previously charged with grand theft while still on the force. Are you serious, Dandy? What a piece of work. Grand theft. A cop. Yeah, they can't say there's not different rules, can they? Not when that shite's happening. So that's basically on the force, right? They've decided to bring this a-hole back. Unreal. So if he did do this to his wife, which, I mean, I haven't even learned about it, but if he's sitting there, it's probably more than likely. I'm sorry. Just a piece of ish. What is Daniel's last name? Daniel Howard. That's funny. I know of some Howards that did some pretty shitty shit in Canada too. I knew the father personally, went to school with him, and then his kid just turns out to be a complete a-hole. They had money. So again, probably thought they were above the law a little bit. But when you got cops doing this stuff, like, come on, how are our kids ever supposed to respect that badge when you got guys running around doing the shite that these guys are running around doing? So the court has not opened up yet. I do have it sitting there. Oh, poor Madeline Soto. You know, this guy would have convinced her that he was in love. What a prick. Judge grants Scott Peterson a status hearing. I don't know. I don't know about that either. I mean, if he didn't, how did her hair end up on like that screwdriver and stuff like that in that boat that she might have known about? That one, I mean, my eyes were peeled through that. It's just, I can't see it being anybody else, but somehow the Innocence Project seems to think that maybe. Yeah, he's been saying that right from the get-go. That piece of crap. June of 2017, he was already suspended without pay over charges of, really? Yeah. Then you know what? The uppers. Look at the uppers, guys. If they're allowing a cop to do this without any kind of repercussions, look higher, because they're allowing it. Yeah, that's again. They still have not found Drew Peterson's wife, but allegedly his lawyer might know. I seen him on an interview one time, a long time ago, saying that when Drew Peterson dies, he'll be able to say what he was told. So what, after death, I guess the client attorney privilege is over, right? Stalking, aggravated assault, and malicious injury to property. That's this dill hole that we're dealing with right now. Okay, I'm going to check it out. Trial for former Idaho State Police trooper accused of deleting his wife to start Monday. I'll just take a look at this while we're waiting. Come on.
But he wasn't arrested for the murder until last April. He resigned from ISP. Trial for a former Idaho State Patrol trooper accused of murdering his wife over 2 years ago is scheduled to start on Monday. Daniel Howard posted bail on a $1.5 million property bond in December. He's accused of killing his wife, Kendy, in 2021 in Athol, but he wasn't arrested for the murder until last April. He resigned from ISP after being charged for stalking and assaulting Kendy in 2014. He was accused of confronting a man about an affair he was suspected of his wife was having. Howard was also accused in the past of stealing 15,000 rounds of ammunition from state police.
Okay, so I'm just looking here. It looks like they have moved this trial to, let's see, what have we got? They've bumped it up. So live in 82 minutes at 10. All righty, let's change this up. Well, okay, there you go. I should have noticed that before. It was set for 8:30. Alrighty then. So what else can we find on this guy? My YouTube is acting up. No, something went wrong. Give me a break. See what else we can find about this guy. Well, I think what I'll do, give me 2 seconds here, friends. Okay, let me see. So what I think I'll do, Alrighty, so I think what we're going to do is we are going to jump over here, and we'll watch the presser.
Start by introducing you to some of our colleagues that joined us this time with this operation. We could not do this without our counselors, so I want to start with them. One More Child, Jody Domingue, Heartland for Children, Caden Parchment, and Saleha Freedom, Sarah Batchelder. In addition to that, this operation was on the west side of the county in the city of Lakeland, and we were assisted by several police departments. A special thanks goes to the Lakeland Police Department. We have Assistant Chief Pacheco here with us today. They donated a lot of resources for us this time, and it's really appreciative. And the support by all of these police departments was over the top. Kansas City Police Department's represented today by Detective Dominez Davenport. Chief Steve Parker's with us. We also have the Auburndale Police Department with us, Detective Kevin Seymour, Lake Hamilton Chief Mike Teague, and the Winter Haven Fire Rescue was with us, Hunter Hart. And that wasn't just if things got real hot, they'd put the fire out, but I imagine they would have if it had happened. But it's important to point out that in this county, we don't operate in silos as separate law enforcement agencies. We're all friends. We all respect and love each other, and we all work together. And you're going to see the outcome when you have great police agencies work with you. I'm going to give you a lot of information quickly, and then the reporters can narrow in on whatever they're interested in. 228 arrests, 66 prostitutes, 50 Johns, and 12 others. This time we identified 13 potential victims of human trafficking. But I want to make this statement today. In 1 year, we have identified 58 potential victims of human trafficking in 1 year with these operations. What's significant about that? That is the most ever we've been able to identify. And why were we able to identify this many potential victims of human trafficking? Because of these ladies that's standing with us. We do something that most police agencies run from if they do these kinds of operations at all. We embed our counselors with us from the absolute very beginning of the operation, even before. They are every bit as important to our investigation as our detectives that go undercover and many times risk their lives. So I want to once again thank our social service organizations for joining us from the beginning. 42 of the 228 that we arrested were from Polk County. Now, those of you from Polk County know better. We talk about this, we don't hide it. And if you don't know about it, you obviously live under a rock. So you had to learn the hard way. But for the rest of you, pay attention, because this is not the last operation. We'll have more, and we'll give you the opportunity to be arrested if you're stupid enough to show up. That's a guarantee. In addition to that, 42 of these folks were married. And I've got some quotes from wives that I'll give you in a little bit. And some people say, well, this is not a big deal, but at the end of this operation, I'm going to talk about the 21 illegal aliens we arrested in much more detail. Criminal charges. Oh, it's a low-level misdemeanor, and these aren't violent people. These people had a previous history of 2,038 arrests. Did you hear what I said? These people are criminals in their own right, most of them, not all of them. 879 previous felonies, 1,159 previous misdemeanors. We dealt with 17 firearms this time by 15 different suspects. 44 people brought narcotics. 12 people came and had outstanding warrants. We appreciate that. They came to us. We didn't have to chase them down. One was a commercial pilot. We had a branch of the military and teachers, and I'm going to talk specifically about those in a minute. But the comments.
So this is probably my most favorite cop out there. This guy, he's on top of things. He's honest. He gives updates on a regular basis. And everybody seems to like Sheriff Grady Judd.
One wife sent the detective a message the next day. She said, "Good one, guys. Thank you for helping me in my marriage. Keep doing what you're doing." One John said he worked overtime today and he just needed to blow off some steam. Well, we gave him a chance to also cool his heels in the county jail. Another one said, "Well, I came here because, I'm going to be incapacitated for 10 days. I got to turn myself in Monday at the county jail for 10 days. The judge sentenced me to previously." Wait, you don't have to turn yourself in. We're going to give you a ride and some additional criminal charges to go through it. One John who was married said, "Well, sometimes you just need to see something different." Well, he did. He saw a different woman, but she was undercover. Then he got to see the jail. I would hate to see what it's like at his house when his wife, who's obviously going to watch this, finds out that he just needed to see something different. And then there was a John that was married for 26 years. He said his wife was at the Hard Rock Casino. And he was at, y'all thought I was going to say something, but I'm not. But it didn't turn out to be the Hard Rock Casino. It did turn out to be the Rock, known as Grady Town or the county jail. One
Grady
John
Town.
was married. He said he came here to play golf. Well, I got to tell you, I've heard it called a lot of stuff, but never playing golf. And there was no hole in one. One John said he left his wife and 5 children at home. One prostitute said she'd only been here 2 days. She was here from New York to make money. And instead she came to New York on vacation, and she's going to leave here on probation. But let's talk about specific people real quickly as I go through this. First we'll start with our athletes. This is Edwin Madrino. He's 54. He's from New York City, New York. He's self-employed, according to him, as a volleyball tutor. He used to be a coach at Monroe Junior College in New York. We don't know if he's still a coach or not. He said he tutors children as young as middle school.
Brutal.
He came for sex with a lady. He wanted to pay $150. Oh, by the way, in January of this year, he was arrested in Hillsborough County for what? The same thing. He's married, but his wife's proud of him. 2 arrests in 2 counties in Central Florida. I don't know if this gets to New York City or not, but we'll put it on social media and she'll have all options. Benjamin Johnson, he's from Plant City. He's a golf pro. He's also an athlete at Eaglebrook in Lakeland. That's right. He's PGA specialized teacher and coach. And he came for sex with a female, $150. He has a criminal history of cannabis and dealing in stolen property. So he can teach you to play golf, or he can teach you how to deal in stolen property or how to get caught at dealing in stolen property. Then there's Wilman Santa Cruz, not to be confused with Santa Claus. He's 50. He says he's a triathlon coach, a certified triathlon coach, and he's a triathlon athlete. You know what's strange about this? The dude showed up with meth. I mean, does that help you perform better when you're a triathlon athlete? Or do triathlon athletes, who you would think would be the kind of people who took care of their body, was using meth and seeking out the interest of a lady of the evening. Then there's Sergio Collins. He currently is a progressive insurance claim adjuster, but he's married. I bet his wife's not happy. And he says on his LinkedIn page that he's a middle school football coach at Lakeland Christian School. They said, no way, he is not a coach at Lakeland Christian Schools. So when you're doing your press, don't look him up online and take Sergio at his word. The school says absolutely not. He thought he was going to come have sex. But then, of course, if you're going to have coaches and teachers, you might as well have a straight up teacher. This is Gene Ahume. He's 26 from Auburndale. He's a teacher at New Beginnings High School where he teaches math and science.
What the hell is wrong with these people?
He called it a quick visit for $60. Well, since he's able to teach math, he can figure out that it didn't add up when he came this time. Then Brandy Barnes. She's an IT specialist at Tampa General Hospital. We're going to get to the medical world for a minute. You know, we did the coaches, we did the teachers. She has a criminal history of meth arrest, and she agreed to provide sex to an undercover for 1 hour. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Then this is Luxon Jean Brinville. He's 38. He's married. He's in the medical field. He's a RN, a registered nurse at Manatee Springs Nursing Home. He wanted to have sex. He has a criminal history of DUI. So you can still work as a RN. If you get drunk and drive, I'm interested to see if they're going to do anything to his license for a morals act of trying to have sex. We'll find out. Luis Navarro. He's from Puerto Rico. He's 61.
Look at all these
He's a
men.
veterinarian. He's retired from the USDA. He came over to have sex, but his veterinarian license is still current. Maybe I can talk the judge into putting him in the county jail because we always need help with spay and neuters at animal control. This is Traycon Giles. He's from Tampa. We're going to the military now. He's a staff sergeant in the Air Force. He came for sex. And he said, well, he's done this before about 6 months ago. He doesn't learn very fast. Can't believe the Air Force would have a slow learner, but I guess they do. And then there's Jaden Hall. He's 19. He's scheduled to begin his Air Force training in May. And oh my goodness, he had a meltdown. This can't happen to me. This can't happen to me. I'm going into the Air Force. Well, maybe you are, maybe you aren't. Who knows? And then there's Brandon Bush. He's active Air Force as well. Air Force was the only branch of the service we caught this, or Air Force wannabes. He's scheduled at MacDill. He's an airman first class. He's not only in the military, but he's a military police officer. So since we talked about military and he's a military police officer, let's get to our law enforcement officer. Y'all Kusi, he's 23. He used to be a detention deputy for me. We fired him when he was arrested in Orange County on February the 9th. No, I take that back. He resigned before we got around to firing him. And then we arrested him again on February the 23rd. So on the 9th, he got arrested in Orange County and resigned. On the 23rd, we arrested him again. And he said, hey, is this a felony now that I'm arrested the second time? He didn't pay attention in the police academy because he hasn't been convicted yet. So while we were interviewing him, and we go, like, dude, what are you doing? You went from being a stellar employee to committing morals crimes, and it's 2 in a month. He said, I got a problem. No kidding. You got a big problem. Then there's Alex Everett. He's 34. He says he's on disability. He doesn't work, so that we're paying him to do things like have sex. He called it a quick visit. In his car, we found cocaine, fentanyl, cannabis, a gun. He picked up an armed trafficking and cocaine and fentanyl charge in addition to his misdemeanor soliciting charge. Oh, he's got a criminal history of robbery, fleeing, armed trafficking, and he spent 8.5 years in prison for some of those violent things. He says he's on disability. He's not disabled, folks. He's able to commit crime. And if you're able to commit crime, you ought to be able to go to work.
Yep.
He just doesn't like to work, obviously. And then
Look at all
there's
these
Joseph
guys.
DeBello. He's 46.
Brutal.
He's from Wildwood. He's married. He's a plumber. He also said, let me see if I can find it here. He also said that he's a pagan. He's a member of an outlaw motorcycle group. Now, he said a lot of things, you know. They said he, by the way, he was super nice. He's a relatively new member of the Pagans. And he explained all of this. He was very proud of his outfit. They call it colors. See, we asked him about this, and he said, well, because I have this safety pin here, we thought maybe it was for big underwear or something. He said, when you have it like this, you're sending a message to all the other different motorcycle gangs that you're just passing through and you're peaceful and you don't want any problem. So he had his diaper pin, so he didn't want any problems, but he got problems. But he told our undercover, you see, there's rules about this jacket. The rule is that, well, no one is supposed to touch this jacket. Okay, but the member, you see, no one.
No one.
And you
I
must
love
turn
him.
the jacket inside out to hang it up. We chose not to do that too.
He's
That's why we're not
touching it.
He said
This
that
guy's awesome.
his wife was going to really be mad. And he used other words. Well, we called her. And guess what? He was right. She was really mad. And I bet the Pagans are really mad because, see, he's not been a member but just a few months. And here
Morning,
now
Maxie.
he's disparaged them. And the cops have one of their jackets and they've been handling it. And, you know, we didn't hang it up backwards or any of the other rules that they have. But, hey, Joseph, I don't know how well you do plumbing business, but you don't do very well at following the rules with your outlaw motorcycle gang. I'm going to go over this really quick. These two guys are brothers. Omar's 16, Caleb's 17. They came down from Wesley Chapel, which is in Pasco County, and guess what? They came down to rob us at 16 and 17. We saw them slinking in the hallway, listening through the door. They set up the deal, but it just wasn't right. They were dressed all in black. They had their face covered. And when we took them down at their car, they had a BB gun that looked like a real gun. That could have gone really bad for them.
Yeah.
But instead, they're just charged with soliciting and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, by the way, they have a criminal history for burglary and larceny out of Hillsborough County just recently. They're juveniles. We're going to see how the system deals with them to get them in line so they don't end up with the rest of their life ruined. But before I turn it over to my colleagues here, they worked with us to make this happen. And what this is, and I want everybody to see it clearly, federal policy drives illegal immigrant crime and victimization. And that's the focus, other than our victims of human trafficking. Listen, folks, I want to introduce you to Andres Gill, okay? Here's this guy. He's also on this board, but get a look at him for a second. He came down here from New York with 3 females. All of them are in the country illegally. Did you hear what I said?
Yep.
They're all here illegally. He's the one that comes with them to drive them. These ladies are all controlled by a human trafficker. We think their human trafficker is a female. She sets up their appointments. She puts their ads online. She tells them where to go. And by the way, on Friday, the victims of human trafficking, and we've graded them out, 3 of them that are here illegally from Venezuela, 3 of them have to pay her $3,000 a piece on Friday, or else they're threatened. So they're not free. They're really indentured, and they're quote unquote paying off their debt. Now, here's what they told us. All right. I'm sure the federal government will verify that this is not true, but you decide who you want to believe, whether you want to believe these victims of human trafficking or the whitewash the federal authorities give you. They said that when they came into the country illegally, DHS gave them a form, an ID, paperwork that allows them to fly for free. You know, Southwest would let your bags fly free. Well, the federal government will let your illegal immigrants fly free.
What?
And they operate out of New York. And they were working up there, and the New York authorities said, hey, if you don't have identification, you can't work in our sex trade up here. You know, we don't allow sex trade here at all, but New York will allow you to do some stuff if you've got the proper authority. So they say they make a lot of money. They're addicted to it. These ladies are going to give you more details. They tell us that they fly to major metro centers for free on the federal government, where they set up their appointments for sex all around the country. Did you hear what I said?
Yep.
Listen, folks, if they don't pay $3,000 a piece on Friday, they're in trouble. The human trafficker sets up the deal. Hey, this deal is just outside of Tampa. They say they show this ID, this card, this paper, they fly for free down here. Then they fly back. But we heard a similar theme from all 21 of these folks. We can't work legally. We're addicted to this cash. It's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
It's quick. So we have to give $3,000 a week. We get to keep everything above that. We have a crisis at the border. And because of the crisis at the border, we have people that are victimizing illegal folks, forcing them into the sex trade.
Brutal.
Because we allow these criminals in the country illegally. We all rail about this and nobody pays any attention.
It's true.
And then we want to politic everything. Oh, we had a good piece of legislation that limited the average to only 5,000 illegals a day in the country, and then we can shut it off. Well, if you can shut it off at 5,000 people illegally coming in this country a day, you can shut it off at no people illegally coming in this country a day. But the politicians are politicking while the victims are being victimized.
Yep.
I read an article this week that says, well, the illegals coming here aren't committing crime at any greater percentage than the people who are here legally. What they didn't tell you is if they weren't here illegally at all, the crime they would commit here would be 0. So we're being victimized. But that doesn't make any difference on the national level. You see, because they set up there behind their gated communities and in Congress, and they play politics back and forth between the two parties, while illegals are victimized, citizens are victimized, children are victimized. You got this goofy looking kid here who's making sure that they come up with $3,000 a week a piece, and he's here illegally. It's a mess.
It is a
And
mess.
it doesn't have to be.
Get him, Grady.
If we can deal with it and catch it on the local level, they can stop it on the federal level.
Mhm.
Shame on all of them,
Mhm.
every one of them, for not getting together and saying, you know, there are things bigger in this country than my individual politics. So now we'll start with Jody. Jody, come on up.
Yes, I agree, Dandy.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue, and I'm the Executive Director of Anti-Trafficking at One More Child. We would like to thank Sheriff Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's detectives, and the various agencies that are represented here today for their continued partnership and for the ability to affect those who are being impacted by commercial sexual exploitation at their most critical moments. One More Child has been serving vulnerable children and families for the last 120 years. Last year, we served over 250,000 individuals. 776 of those were survivors of human sex trafficking that we served in Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Ohio. We walked alongside these individuals with survivor mentorship, advocacy, and mental health counseling. Several of the survivors that we came alongside of came from operations just like this one, including Amber. We met Amber at the last Polk County Sheriff's operation. And although Amber wasn't ready to disclose her victimization, she was ready to receive help. And we were able to wrap around Amber with advocacy with her criminal court case and provide her necessary resources that began her path and journey to healing. As a result of this, we were also able to help Amber identify a local church that she was able to plug into for her forever community. And now she's got a hope for her future. During this operation, we provided follow-up services to 62 individuals who came to be purchased for sex. We met with over 23 women while they were incarcerated to let them know that they had better options, that there were resources out there for them that could lead for their healing and for them to be self-sufficient on their own. We also helped identify as many as 14 potential victims of human trafficking who now have ongoing investigations. I will say, with all of this great work in this operation, there were a lot of people who were arrested for purchasing sex, coming to purchase sex. And the sheriff has asked us to address that this is a significant problem that must be addressed at all levels. Lucky for us, we were in the rooms embedded during these investigations. So not only are we able to present those that are vulnerable with necessary resources, but we're also able to provide education to the buyers that what they're doing is not a act between two consensual adults, that people on the other side of that transaction are being victimized time and time again. And we are begging, employing for our advocates around the state to utilize the resources at their disposal, including the state's attorney's office, to make sure that we are implementing the fines associated with buying commercial sex. And also that we're utilizing registries that we have. The Polk County Sheriff's Office is one of the very few that utilizes those types of resources. And we are asking that other advocates around the state do the same as well. Now, none of this great work could have been possible without our expert team. We dedicated a total of team members, including advocates, mental health therapists, and lived experience experts who were embedded during this operation on the very night of the operation happening, and then also did immediate follow-up visits afterwards with every individual we encountered that we could. I would like to introduce you to one of our lived experience experts, Stacy Ham. Stacy had a pivotal role in leadership during this operation, and we are grateful that she utilized both her lived experience as well as her expertise in providing support to those who have been affected by commercial sexual exploitation.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Ham, and I am here today as a survivor leader and mentor with One More Child Anti-Trafficking Mobile Team. I'm honored to stand here today with the Polk County Sheriff's Office and so many amazing organizations who are continuously fighting for our survivors to be seen and heard. I can tell you that human trafficking is very rarely what we often see in movies, social media, and online. It often depicts children being kidnapped, held in cages, taken against their will, teens being stalked at stores or when they leave schools. While this may happen, This is not the case in the majority of our trafficking victims here in the US, and this can sometimes lead to our victims being misidentified. As a survivor of human trafficking, I grew up with my exploiters and my traffickers. I was born into a multi-generational cycle of familial trafficking where I began being exploited and sold for sex by the age of 2. What I've learned throughout my trafficking experience and from my brother and sister survivors is that so many of us have personally known our traffickers. Many of us develop relationships with our traffickers, and many of us have felt a sense of belonging with our traffickers. I can tell you, many traffickers are men, women, boyfriends, girls, family members, pimps, and people that we are meeting online, all who are using grooming tactics to prey on our vulnerabilities. Any race, age, and gender can become susceptible to being targeted for human trafficking. It typically takes an average of 8 to 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable to come forward and speak on behalf of being a survivor or a victim of human trafficking. And I can tell you this is true. Throughout my life, I've had so many amazing people pouring into me, encouraging me to speak on my experiences and to seek healing for my recovery of human trafficking. I've had amazing mentors who have taught me great life skills and therapists that have helped me process the trauma that I endured. I stand here today as a survivor of human trafficking to share there is light and that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. To any survivor that is out there listening right now, I want you to know that all of us, we see you and we hear you, and we have teams of experts here ready to meet and serve you 24/7. We are ready to come alongside you towards your hope, your healing, and your restoration. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Parchment. I'm the co-chair for the Human Trafficking Task Force for Polk, Highlands, and Hardee counties, as well as the Resiliency Coordinator with Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is the lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families that oversees the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardee counties. On behalf of Heartland for Children, I would like to extend a warm thank you to Sheriff Judd and all the law enforcement personnel standing behind me. The strong partnership between the Sheriff Department, Heartland for Children, and the other NGOs allows us to be on the ground floor of engagement with potential human trafficking victims to provide them with the immediate resources and help that they need. That's unique to this area. Other areas don't give that opportunity for NGOs to be right there on the ground floor to really pour into people who are being victimized in that moment. So we thank you and appreciate that. This operation continues to be an outstanding example of collaboration, compassion, and community engagement. Each and every law enforcement officer, detention deputy, and volunteer operated in grace and professionalism, and we appreciate it. During the course of the 8 days, we were given the opportunity to engage with and get to know every individual that came through the door. I would like to thank them for being open to speaking to us about their current circumstances, engaging in discussions about human trafficking, weighing out the implications and safety concerns of being in the life, and briefly unpacking the trauma associated with it. We were also able to discuss what adverse childhood experiences are and obtain a few attendee scores. Several of the people who completed the ACEs screening had a score of 4 or more, which is considered a high ACEs score and indicative of a history of trauma. Not only were we given the opportunity to speak to potential human trafficking victims, we were also able to educate the buyers on the role they play in the cycle of abuse and trauma that may have endured over years. There was one common thread that was quite evident when speaking with the women in the life, and that was resiliency. I would encourage you to continue to build on that resiliency and reach out to our partners for help. Hope Florida is a free program that is designed to help individuals work through barriers for self-sufficiency and community resources. With the help of resource navigators, we are committed to staying engaged with families beyond the first phone call. If you need help, contact Hope Florida at 850-300-HOPE. United Way of Central Florida 211 hotline is a 24-hour, 7 days a week resource dedicated to helping people find community resources and local programs that helps with everything from everyday basic needs to more complicated necessities. And then findhelp.org is a free comprehensive website with a variety of resources and providers that are unique to the area in which the users live. These are just 3 among many outstanding programs that are doing the work in our communities. Please take advantage of these free resources to help strengthen your resiliency and respond and reposition your life to a sustainable and safe occupation. In closing, please remember, and I'm speaking to anybody who may be in the life or may be being trafficked, that you are more than your current circumstances. You are loved, you are wanted, and you have an amazing testimony ahead of you, but seek the help because we are here to help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Batchelder, and I am an advocate with Sail of Freedom. Like many of these ladies said, when we meet individuals who are being trafficked during these operations or through other means, they don't often raise their hand and say, I'm a victim of human trafficking. It takes many different encounters for them to feel comfortable enough to share that, or even to understand that that's actually what's happening to them. So if you are out there and you feel that you may be being victimized, please reach out. Sail of Freedom offers safe homes. We offer therapy. We assist people in attending court hearings where they're able to testify against their traffickers. And we can be reached at 1-888-FREE-ME.
Morning, Assistant Chief Pacheco with the Lakeland Police Department. Just want to thank Sheriff Judd and all of his team and my team that participated in this operation. What's disturbing to me is that this was just one operation, and look at how many people we arrested and how many victims of human trafficking that we identified. What happens on the other 364 days a year that we're all driving around our city and our county, and what's happening right underneath our noses. So there are tons and tons of victims out there who we have yet to identify. And it's only through these operations that we're able to at least identify some who we're able to help. So from our agency, from the Lakeland Police Department, we're proud to partner with all these other agencies to be a part of these operations, and we'll continue to do so as long as there's a need to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Parker, Chief of Police for the City of Davenport, and the Davenport Police Department. And I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it. You know, we stand alongside with Sheriff Judd and the rest of these other law enforcement agencies in these kind of operations. I mean, you can look at the numbers and tell it's a needed task. It's something that needs to be done. And you know, in Polk County, we are blessed to have law enforcement agencies that work well with each other. We have that great partnership. But I think what's important in these operations to note is the collaboration and the partnership we have with these organizations behind us. You know, it's without them that we don't see the after effects. We don't see the hard work that goes into helping these victims get out of these kind of scenarios. And I think for me, I think that's the key to these operations, identifying them and getting that help that they need afterwards. And that's where these ladies come in at. And again, I just want to say thank you to Sheriff Judd and to our partners here for all the work that we did this past week. Thank you.
Now what happens is we gather all these cases together and we send them to the state attorney's office. And we're fortunate in this state to have Brian Haas as our state attorney. He is simply outstanding. His team is outstanding. He gets it. He gets the 30,000-foot picture. He gets the ground picture. He is an advocate for the victims, and he's going to prosecute the suspects to the fullest extent of the law, for which I'm grateful. But with that, do you have questions of any of us?
This is a new record for you, so is that indicative that this problem is growing worse year after year? Or?
I think it's indicative that we are finding the victims. We have seen, and you have covered for years in the media, about the human trafficking problem across the United States. And Florida, being a vacation state and a sunny state, is certainly no exception to that. It is also an attribute to our NGOs because, as Chief Parker said, they see them for the long term. If it was a one and done on the night of the arrest, these numbers wouldn't be 58. We'd be lucky if they were 3. But they continue to follow up and continue to follow up to rescue them. So while I'm totally excited because we've never seen these numbers, the biggest problem we have in this type of investigation is getting the victims to admit they're victims because they're more afraid of their pimps and the human traffickers than they are of the criminal justice system. And it's only through the work of these ladies and their teams that happens. Yes, ma'am.
You said you think you know of a woman who was, like you said, was human trafficking. How important is it to you to find those people?
Oh, absolutely. That is the next wave of this investigation. We know she's Dominican, and we know she is currently in Miami. So if she doesn't get her illegal Dominican butt on a plane and fly back out of this country, we're going to be on her like a good hound dog on a trail. That's a guarantee. Anything else? Thank you. God bless y'all. See you next time.
Oh, yeah, you gotta love them, eh? Gotta love them. Oh, let's see here. Let's go over here now. So this is the case that we are looking at right now. So we missed the first day. So let's see if we can get caught up a little bit.
Round up.
Murdering his wife over 2 years ago is scheduled to start for a former Idaho State Patrol trooper accused of murdering his wife over 2 years ago is scheduled to start on Monday. Kendy Howard posted bail. He's accused of killing his wife, Kendy, in 2021 in Athens, but he wasn't arrested for the murder. For a former Idaho State Patrol trooper accused of murdering his wife over 2 years ago is scheduled to start on Monday. Kendy Howard posted bail on a $1.5 million property bond in December. He's accused of killing his wife, Kendy, in 2021 in Athens, but he wasn't arrested for the murder until last April. He resigned from ISP after being charged for stalking and assaulting Kendy in 2014. He was accused of confronting a man about an affair he was suspected of his wife was having. Howard was also accused in the past of stealing 15,000 rounds of ammunition from state police.
Wow. What the hell's going on here? I don't know why I'm having some problems with some of my streams. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. Let's see what we got here. Trooper charged. Alrighty. Idaho State Police trooper already suspended without pay following criminal charges is facing new charges in the first-degree talking, aggravated assault, and malicious injury to property. The Coeur d'Alene Press reports in a story on Friday that the 48-year-old Daniel Howard of Athol, he's an Athol, was charged May 8th following reported incidents that occurred after he learned his wife was having an affair. Well, come on, buddy. Yeah, it's just a great, great way to deal with your issues, right? At a POS. Okay, where am I here? Don't.
You will hear that Kendy was living a double life. Speaking about impossible, you will hear from the state's psychological expert that it is impossible to determine Kendy's suicidality, whether she was suicidal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jason Johnson. Your Honor, members of the gentlemen of the jury, counsel. I want to start with tonight of February 2nd. Dan calls 911 about 10:45. You'll hear that he stayed on the phone. His demeanor on that 911 call, weeping, particularly when the dispatcher.
I don't know why I get censored so much when I'm trying to type stuff, but what I was trying to type, and it's saying, no, YouTube rejected your comment, is now listen to my comment and tell me why the YouTube won't let me use it. So if all cops were like him, our world would be a much better place. And I'm not allowed to share that. It says no, YouTube says no. So I don't know. But it would be a much better place if all cops were like Sheriff Grady Judd.
Or the 911 operator mistakes that he was calling about his son about 2-3 minutes into the call instead of his wife. She asks him, how old is your son? And he was confused. And that reaction there. And law enforcement shows up, and they initially, officer or deputy Wheeler, who's relatively new, makes some observations. Well, his cheeks are red, he's crying, but I don't see tears. And he takes some initial photos. At that point, it's a death investigation. Officers show up, detectives show up, 3 detectives, Detective Wheeler, Detective Franky, and Detective Lowell. And obviously, in this type of case, death investigation, you're going to do some due diligence and rule out anything untoward. But Detective Northrop then takes photos 7 hours later, 6 to 7 hours later, based upon the timestamps of the photos, where she's still in the tub, still with blood. The medical examiner refers to a bloodline across her body where she had been sitting in the tub and the water had gone down, and you see that bloodline. You'll see the amount of blood caked on her back when she was removed from the autopsy examination. They do their investigation. Initially, they conduct a search warrant at that time. And they leave about 9:45. Officers and law enforcement leave about 9:45 on the 3rd, the morning of the 3rd. Later that morning, autopsy was performed by Dr. Howard. Dr. Howard specifically found that the cause of death.
Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar? Yes.
Oh, this might be feisty, these guys. Yeah, that was pretty dramatic is right. It might be interesting. Another half hour and day 2 should be underway. So I think this is just basically giving us a run up. Sometimes they're so polite and other times just not so much.
Members of the jury, this is going to take a little longer conversation with the attorneys, so I'm going to excuse you shortly while I continue discussing with the lawyers. All rise, please. You can be seated. We were having a sidebar that wanted to pick up by the court reporter, and so Ms. Wharton, if you'd like to state your objection.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to try to keep this very simple and short. This was litigated well before trial. Dr. Howard's conclusions are hearsay.
No, you guys.
You can be seated. We were having a sidebar that
I'm going to try to keep this very simple and short. This was litigated well before trial. Dr. Howard's conclusions are hearsay. It can't come in except through Dr. Howard. Now, there are going to be some experts in this case who rely on other people's work, to include Dr. Howard's work. But those experts are going to be testifying about their own opinions. Dr. Howard's work is
So you guys, anybody else having problems with your apps? Whether any of your social media? I was just looking, I think it was Dandy that sent it to me, that a lot of them, let me see if, I don't want to bring it up again because it froze me out. So if anything weird happens, it sounds like it's happening with a lot of different places. Like I can't get onto Twitter, sign in again. Okay, give me 2 seconds. And we'll get this going again. I just want to make sure that we've got it.
His opinions cannot come in. It's just hearsay. Just because something's written in a report, just because something's provided to the defense, just because something's given to another expert in formulating their own opinions, doesn't mean that everything comes in. Everything that comes into evidence has to comply with the rules of evidence. And this is rank hearsay. And this is litigated, and the court gave a ruling on this. We're getting
Yes.
sanctionable. I don't think the defense should be permitted to get into this, especially in opening statements. We have no way of knowing.
And I literally had to sign into everything again this morning. And everything just went blank when I was trying to do this feed. So I don't know what the hell's going on out there, but something is going on out there. Let's see.
What evidence is going to come in. And this is something, again, it's just been litigated, and Mr. Johnson should be held to the rules the same way the state is. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, it's, as mentioned, it's very clear from both our experts and the state's experts that every single expert has reviewed the autopsy report and has made a conclusion on whether or not they agree or disagree with the cause of death. For instance, Dr. Desmond, defense expert, has reviewed everything, done the biomechanical engineering, all that. Detective Lallerton had a conversation with the replacement of Dr. Howard in January of last year, trying to see if there was anything different that he could find. And he did. Dr. Mott confirmed that the cause of death was gunshot wound to the neck. That's why, frankly, I think it's disingenuous for the state 4 weeks before trial to change their theory, and why we wanted to.
All right, let me get up there. That's not what we're talking about. This was the subject of a motion in limine, specifically that any opinion of Dr. Howard as to the cause of death being gunshot wound, unless offered by Dr. Howard himself.
And we plan on calling him.
Well, I granted the motion in limine, and I'm not allowing that until such time as that comes in as testimony. I think it's, at least as I understood from the motion in limine, it's debatable whether or not he ultimately is testifying, and if that ultimately is his opinion. And you cannot bootstrap it through other experts, put his opinion in. Again, we had this hearing, I'm relying on the arguments made at the motion in limine at the time I granted it. So I'm sustaining the objection not to provide that opinion in opening statement.
We would take exception to the right here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the jury, and I'll expect you to move forward with your opening without reference to Dr. Howard.
may continue, Mr. Johnson. The evidence showed that Ms. Howard had a gunshot wound lodged in the C2. That bleeding was coming from the mouth. That the bullet went through the tongue. You'll see the gun. It's a 380, kind of a short, not like a normal gun with a long barrel. So the gun with a stub nose or a short barrel that would not be able to go past the teeth and rest on the tongue. You'll hear that during the course of the investigation, Detective Valentin and others went up to Alaska to see if Mr. Howard was having an affair. They didn't find any. You'll hear about the affair that Ms. Howard kept secret from even her best friends. During the course of the investigation, there was a second search warrant done a couple weeks later, in February 17th. They go to the house, they examine various things, and then at this time, they send items to ballistics. They use Washington State Patrol, they have a forensic unit, to examine some of the evidence. During that time, Washington State Patrol found several key things. The gun had Kendy's blood on it, on one of the grips. It had her DNA on it, and another male's DNA. Dan was excluded from the gun. You'll hear that the coroner listed this as initially the photos that she had saved are called Howard suicide. But as the course of the investigation, Detective Valentin very quickly believed that there was something untoward about Dan. That's based upon when Dan was finally, he was on 911 when officers showed up. At some point later in the morning, they let him start doing notifications. He called his son. He called Brooke, his stepdaughter. That phone call you'll hear was short. You'll hear that right after that, a few minutes later, she called back. When she called back, naturally, she sounded upset, and Detective Valentin overheard that conversation. And from then, he specifically started accusing Dan who did this. And Detective Valentin conducted a couple of years of investigation trying to find Dan. At some point, officers obviously fill out police reports, detectives fill out police reports. The first time a police report mentions anything about a carotid restraint wasn't until April of 2023. Prior to that, Detective Valentin had a conversation with the replacement, Dr. Mott, a replacement for Dr. Howard after he had retired, to see if his opinions would be any different. It wasn't until after that sometime in this police report there's a mention of carotid restraint. But you'll hear that there is no damage to the highway. There is no petechia. She just had her nails done. There is no DNA or samples from Dan under her fingernails. There is no defensive wounds from being restrained that Ms. Howard put on Dan. You hear that she took a bath every night. You will also hear that night
she had an iPhone, and it, like a lot of iPhones, it keeps track of your steps. You'll see that she went up the floor, do a nightly routine, took a bath. You'll see that at one point, about 10-11-ish, she took 43 steps. There's a wet towel in the bedroom. Her purse was now in the bathroom where she normally kept the gun. 43 steps. The bath mat was wet, but nothing else around was wet. Just the bathroom. 43 steps. You'll hear that from one of the defense experts, that Dr. Desmond, that when he examined the evidence and the scene, that it is consistent. The body position, the mechanics, the gun placement is consistent with suicide. We talked about Philip Hanger, Dr. Hanger. You'll hear about some of the things that would lead to suicide. Dr. Hanger will testify that a person who's trying to break off from alcohol is susceptible to suicide. You'll hear that she is not content with her body. She is struggling with whether she wants to leave Dan even after everything went down. In fact, what you will hear is that her brother and her got in a huge fight. The last text that Miss Howard sent was to her friend Tana about how her brother had blocked her because they got in a fight, brother. So during all this investigation, members of the state investigators, Ms. Marhofer, was going through the phones. While going through the phones, she came across a photo from about 7 months prior, from July of 2020. This photo has a large bruise that kind of trails up to the center. Also, she has a bruising on her arm. It's red. She had sent her paramour, her secret lover, Mr. Prado, and her friend Michelle messages around that time. And she never specifically says Dan did it. But you'll hear that 2 other people were present, neighbors, who saw her when they were there, their neighbors, and they were loading up the boat to go to Dorchak. Dan and Kendy were loading up the boat. And she had slipped on the step that leads to the front of the boat where the trolling motor is. On the 10th of July, law enforcement was called. You may hear that call, and you can make your observations about that call. But she's calling and is hysterical. I think Dan committed suicide. I heard a gunshot. Here, it is very common for Dan to fire guns, and he's a large parcel in Apple to fire guns. And so I don't know if we'll have an answer why that would surprise me. But law enforcement shows up, and she specifically denied any physical abuse. They are in Dorchak, and you'll see pictures of them at Dorchak, loving, in a bathing suit, bruise shown. But that is the basis of the battery charge. During this time, Dan, for several years, has been working construction, first in North Dakota, then in Alaska. He's working in the oil fields, 3 weeks on, 2 3 weeks off. Dan and Kendy were on the rocks. He came back 2 days late. He worked an extra 2 days. When they came back, they talked about divorce. They had stopped at Curly's. They then went home, and later that night, 911 gets a call. Now, she was on the phone with her lover, who then got in touch with the parents. You'll hear that the differences between those two, between July when she called 911 to where she was on the phone with someone else to have someone else call. Law enforcement shows up. Again, it's not in dark clothing. He's in like these tan greenish khakis and a sweatshirt. Coincidentally, the same clothes that were in the washer a few days later. Officers stay there. She packs a bag, a Victoria's Secret travel bag, and leaves. She comes back the next day, brings beer and pizza. She spends the next 2 days, and they're filling out the divorce paperwork. Ms. Howard is messaging her friends, saying he's being alcohol, or is it, we're dividing everything up. And you'll see photos of the paperwork that is partially filled out. Dan goes down with Brian on the first, and then on the second, they came back, and when they had a conversation, what's now on the paperwork is the new house. The house that was purchased is now on it. That was something that you'll hear about. What you'll see is Ms. Howard, when she was put in the body bag, they put bags on her hand to preserve for gunshot residue. They collected the gunshot residue. They sent it to the lab, but they didn't have the lab tested. We already talked about the DNA. Dan, the gun was not, the gun had someone else's DNA and her blood on it, but Dan is excluded from that gun. You'll see the blood amount. You'll hear that after a person is dead, the volume of blood will depend on a few variables, but generally blood will pump for, you'll hear around maybe a half second or a little more, depending on the cause and manner of death. But the heart stops pumping. Also, the position of the body, you'll hear that. Person's lying down, person's sitting up, person's slumped. Where the injury is it below the heart, above the heart? Here, you'll see the blood, the injury was to intraoral, and you'll hear from both, all the others that most intraoral gunshot wounds are suicide. But the odd part is most intraoral gunshot wounds have an upward trajectory. Now, this one, everyone agrees, is an even or slightly downward trajectory. But again, this is a different gun. And you'll hear from Dr. Desmond that one of the scenarios is that she held it with her thumb on the trigger, which would lower that angle of the gun. She also, you'll hear, has bruising on this hand from the impact of the gun. You'll see that her hand position and the gun position is consistent with suicide. When you see all the evidence, and we have concluded this case, the evidence is not impossible and has not been eliminated. And therefore, we'll be asking you to find the defendant not.
Well, that gives us an idea as to what to expect. And we're starting up pretty quick here. Okay, so I'll just wait for them to get into court. So that gives us a little bit of an idea about what's coming. Like I said, this is day 2. So yesterday would have been opening statements and possibly a little bit of testimony. Idaho. This is Idaho. Idaho State Police Trooper, already suspended without pay following criminal charges, is facing new charges of first-degree stalking, aggravated assault, malicious injury to property. On Friday, 48-year-old Daniel Howard of Athol was charged May 8th, following reported incidents that occurred after he learned his wife was having an affair. So it does sound like there was a weapon involved. Yeah, that I don't know. I can't keep up. Idaho. Who's in Idaho? Brian Koberger's in Idaho, and he's got the DP. So I'm going to assume, yeah, DP state. You know. Yeah, just as far as that comment I made earlier about just keeping it to a minimum, I don't mind a little bit here and there, but there's a lot of people that don't approve. So if we can stick to the true crime for the most part, that would be greatly appreciated. And on members' lives, we can do whatever. We can talk a little freely, a little more freely. Yeah. Yeah, that's something that is being recommended for Brian Koberger, right? Moscow, Idaho. Just brutal, brutal, brutal. I agree with that. I agree with that, which they have run out of. Like we were talking yesterday, like, can't you just go to your neighbor and ask for a cup of that shit? No, they do not. So being a cop, would he want DP? Well, as Jonathan put here, prisoners do not like cops. So, I mean, it's a possibility, right? It sounds like a weapon was used and possibly placed in the bathtub. Yeah, brass is reusable too, so it's recycling. Yeah, I don't imagine he really wants to, but don't they again put them in segregation? Like it seems any of these idiots that get caught doing this crap, they all end up deleting themselves at some point. And if they don't, then they're in a little cushy cell or a little other area where everybody else is accused of harming women. That's true. Yep. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because some of them think that they're fine. Their egos are just like, I can handle it. Not so much. Not so much. Yep. Yeah, they take very good care of these a-holes. Put them in a nice little safe spot where no one can hurt them after what they've done. It literally, it blows my mind. You know, we got people like Keegan Kline, Brian Koberger, this guy that we're talking about now, Daniel Howard. Like, why do we always have to keep feeding these people? Look what they've done. They're not going to get better, you know? All the people like that in Australia are not put in with Gen Pop. They are protected. Yeah, it's the same thing. And I'm sure the US is, from everything we've learned. Canada, yeah, they keep them safe. I don't know. There should just be one great big area and go out and deal with it. Yeah. That's all it would take, FARQ. You hear about them putting another dislike group in that hole too when it's too dangerous. They do. Yeah. Yeah. Don't touch children. Don't unalive children. Oh, Mixie. That's perfect. Mexi, I love that. Oh, I love it. Can I keep it? Oh, my word. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you don't want to be one of them either. They've got their own rules behind bars, and the law has their own rules, and the inmates have their own rules. So you better fit in with the inmates, otherwise you're like in trouble. I personally don't ever want to go there because I'm too argumentative. I'd end up hurt. It'd be like, what? F you, buddy. And then it would be like, okay, I'm going to meet you in the showers. No. No, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. Completely different politics. And in some countries, they literally, the prisoners run the joint. Seriously. In some places, they literally run the joint. They work with the powers that be. So I'm still waiting for them to start up because they have not. They're about 5 minutes late. Says that 2 years after this happened, Howard reportedly turned himself into the Kootenai County Jail after police issued a warrant for his arrest, believing he was connected to the deleting of his wife. And he is facing first-degree M, felony domestic battery on his wife. Issued a warrant for his arrest, believing he is connected to the M of his wife. Howard now faces trial for first-degree M and felony battery on his wife. And they're not really, at this point, I'm not getting any other information. They're late. Damn it, they're late. They do. Yeah. All these guys get protected. If you hurt kids, you get protected. If you are a cop, you're protected. If you do capital M on, they're protected. Keegan Klein right now, protected. It's like, are you kidding me? You know, maybe if they were put in population, they would get scared enough to actually admit to what they've done. You know, go let them have a good scare and just say, you know what? The only way you're ever going to get out of this place is if you tell us what the hell happened. And if you can't do that, well, good luck. That seems like a perfect way to me. If you think about it, they're punished more because solitary is torture. Yeah, but isn't there also an area where they can all have rec together, all of these pig dogs that have done the same kind of crap? Like, don't they get put in with other pig dogs? I personally would not be a good person to approach if I have found out you've hurt children. I would not. Because I'll be honest, I'd probably go at them. I probably would. Not enough to get myself going to jail or anything, because yeah, I'm not wanting that either. But they're going to know my opinion. I don't do those kind of pigs. Forget it. Forget it. Forget it. I wonder why they're so late. Maybe he's making a deal. Maybe he's making a deal. So what do you think? We've got James Crumley now. His first day is supposed to be today, but I am not finding anything. Try again, maybe. Let's see. Massive outage. Facebook, Instagram meta down. That's from WFLA. No good. Foul play. Sebastian Rogers. Police consider foul play. Oh la. Okay. Oh.
Documentary exhibits and so forth, and so those are your convenience. But
There we go, friends.
Okay, those are the jury is present and properly seated. The parties are present. State you declare next witness. The state calls Ryan Duncan. Ryan Duncan. Good morning, sir. Are you Ryan Duncan? Could you please step forward and face my clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and what you got?
Thank you. I just want to say a housekeeping thing as well. Members of the jury, I know I told you earlier that I did allow media coverage of this, but that you wouldn't be videoed, if that's still true. I know you're seeing that Zoom picture right there, and you're on that Zoom picture. Just so you understand, the Zoom is just to capture the courtroom. My law clerk is joining by Zoom, sometimes helps me. And then the attorneys are going to be showing you exhibits on Zoom. So just so you know, that's not like a broadcast publicly right now. I realize you guys are kind of front and center there. But I want you to know that's really a tool for us to use while we're here in the court. Okay. Can we finish this briefly? Sure.
What was he talking about? Have we got more bad rules being set up? Don't look at this, don't look at that. I think as long as you're not looking at the jury, it's all good. Like, come on. If people don't want to be seen, they don't go to a public trial. So James, do they have like it's a fair with rides? It looks like it's almost like on a bit of a peninsula. There's a great big Ferris wheel. Franky is mad. You're pretty sweet there, Nicole. Oh, next to the North Sea, even a good day, it's Baltic. I used to take daughter there. Okay. I was watching a show last night. It was a Scottish M case where, is it Lithuania that they go there and they get jobs and send it? Kodanis? Is it Lithuanians that like to go there, make some money? I watched one last night where the woman went missing.
How are you employed right now? I'm currently inside in the background investigations unit as a...
Okay, I'll just stop that for a second because so yeah, I was watching a show last night and it was about a Scottish this woman had been working at this fair. Codonis? She was working at this fair and sending money back to her family. And a couple of these other guys that worked at this fair deleted her and did all sorts of nasty frickin' shit, dropped her off over banks and stuff in bags, which were found. And is there high crime, or are you familiar with that? Familiar with that case? I was just curious. I was thinking about it last night while I was watching it. I'm going to ask James about this one.
And how long have you been employed by the Coogee County Sheriff's Office? 20 years will be my anniversary next month. And could you please tell the jury how you spent the last 20 years at the Sheriff's Office? I spent some time in patrol when I first started, about 5 years, and then moved into criminal investigations. I've worked in all the areas of criminal investigations, property crimes, the special victims unit, major crimes, persons crimes. For about 5 years, I handled most of the digital evidence processing and detectives. And then I've had a number of special duties. I was on our SWAT team for a while, the dive team, the drone team. I was a field training officer. I think that probably covers most of it. So just about everything? Most of the things, yeah. And you said the last few years you've been spent how? The last year and a half, I've been working as a pre-employment background investigator. So I do the background investigations on these owners. So it sounds like over the course of your career, you've investigated a lot of different crimes? Yes. Have you investigated murder before? Yes. Several? Yes. And throughout your career, performing these investigations, have you retrieved and analyzed digital data and devices? I have. And does that include things like cell phones, computers, digital records of that kind? Yes. And when you're investigating crimes, especially murder, how can cell phones and computers be important to the investigation? As we all know, cell phones in particular paint a very broad picture of our lives. We see the communications that we have with people on a day-to-day or year-to-year basis. Emails, text messages, pictures, internet activity, GPS location information, all kinds of different things are recovered, in particular from our cell phones, as well as from our computers. And when you go about analyzing digital data on a computer or cell phone, do you need the help of specialized software? Yes. And are you familiar with these softwares? Yes. And when you're talking specifically about cell phones, what software is utilized to analyze a cell phone? We usually use Celebrate. Celebrate? Yeah. And are you, have you become familiar with how do you celebrate over the course of your career?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how you become familiar with how do you celebrate.
We've had the program for approximately 2.5 years. There's a number of trainings that cover the handling and processing of digital evidence. I would guess that at this point I probably have processed a couple hundred different cell phones and various other electronic devices that we use the program for.
These trainings, who have been put on by?
A variety of companies. There's a number of different law enforcement training companies that provide training, but some have been by Celebrite, some have been by another company called Magnet, which produces a product called Axiom, which we also use.
And can you walk the jury through how you would take a cell phone and use Celebrite to analyze what's on it?
So once we identify or try to identify the type of phone, the program basically walks you through the steps that you need to take before you process the phone. There's a pack of cables that are provided with the software that the software will advise you what set of cables you have to use to process a particular type of phone. And then you basically get instructions throughout the process from the program of what you need to do next, and it will advise when the data has been extracted from the device.
Like one for an iPhone, one for a Samsung.
There's actually quite a few more than that. Most of the iPhones are usually processed with the same cables, but several of various Samsung and Android devices are processed with a large variety of other cables.
Now, when you plug the phone in to the software, what happens?
Generally speaking, the software is able to recognize what phone type it is once you plug it in. That's not always the case, and you have to troubleshoot that. But generally speaking, it's able to recognize the type of device that it is.
And after this process is complete, where are you left with as the investigator?
And you're left with the raw data, and then we process that information through a separate program, also provided by Cellbrite, that allows us to view the data in a format that we can search, cross-reference, and look at the actual information that was extracted.
What kind of steps can you take to make sure that the data and the searchable material is consistent with what was on the phone?
We can also review the contents of the phone. So you see what the program has been able to extract and produce into the report format, and then go back onto the device and see what's there as well.
Check for similarities, consistencies, make sure they're the same thing?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the investigation surrounding the death of Kendy Howard?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that investigation, the police reports, and the evidence that was collected as part of that investigation?
Yes, at least the portions that I was involved in.
So you were involved with processing or reviewing some of the evidence?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not cell phones were collected as evidence in, surrounding her death?
Yes.
How many cell phones?
2.
And can you describe for the jury those cell phones?
There was a Samsung Galaxy Note 8 and an iPhone 11 Pro Max that were both collected.
And could you search those phones? Did you use Cellbrite to analyze those phones?
I did.
And before you did that, what did you do?
I take a search warrant to search those phones, and then once that search warrant was authorized, I performed the extractions and then the processing of the data.
And on those phones, did you find any evidence that social media was used, like Facebook?
Yes.
And did you do anything with regards to Facebook before you searched that?
Yes, I also wrote a search warrant for the Facebook page of Kendy Howard and served that on Meta, the parent company for Facebook, and sometime later they then provided the records that I requested in that search warrant.
Just for Kendy?
Yes.
And so the process of getting the data off the phone, is there other terms for that?
Extraction and dump are probably the 2 most common terms that are used.
So basically you're extracting the data.
Yes.
And then another way to phrase that is you're dumping the phone.
Yes.
So when you hear a phone dump or a cell phone extraction, are they the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. And so, so you extract the data off the iPhone and the Samsung, correct?
Correct.
And you went through that data. Were you able to go through that data and determine who those phones belong to?
Yes.
And what about the data gave you the ability to determine whose phones those were?
On both phones, there was quite a few personal pictures, things that people would typically describe as selfie type images that made the phones fairly easy to determine who they belong to. There was also various contacts that were stored on the phone, as well as some account information. It depended on the particular phone.
And with respect to the iPhone, who were you able to determine that phone belonged to?
Kendy Howard.
And the Samsung?
Dan Howard.
Are these the only two phones that were collected as evidence in this case?
They were the only two that were collected as evidence. There was also an additional phone that was processed but not collected as evidence.
Okay. So when we speak of an iPhone in this case, that's Kendy's iPhone?
Yes.
When we speak of the Samsung, that's Dan's?
Yes.
Would you recognize these phones again if you saw them?
I would.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yeah. Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65E and 65F. And are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
And what do those exhibits appear to be?
These appear to be images of Kendy Howard's iPhone.
And then the same phone you analyzed or dumped?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65G and H. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
And what do those appear to be?
Dan Howard's iPhone.
Same, which
Or, sorry, Dan Howard's Galaxy Note 8.
The Samsung?
Yes.
Is that the same Samsung you searched for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 65 E, F, G, and H. Any objection? Those are admitted.
Totally, it's just off-white. Looks like an old building. Some of these courtrooms are pretty nice, actually. This one's just old looking, but still in good shape, I guess. Looks it. Don't pick your nose while you're on the bench.
Also, if the Zoom's interfering with the ability to use it, we can go off Zoom.
I don't think he was. I was being me.
Appears I'm a little less tech savvy than the judge.
Why do we have to look at that? Are we not allowed to look at the TV in this courtroom?
Your Honor, I move to publish these exhibits to the jury.
We can't see the subject or the exhibits? Ooh, jazzy.
Exhibits and then pass them down so everybody has a chance to vote.
Might I shortcut it and we'll put those up on the elbow. It looks like they got it working.
For the record, I'm now publishing 65E. Sixty. 65F. 65G. And 65H. Detective Duncan, were there any other electronics put into evidence in this case that you analyzed?
There was.
And describe those for the jury.
There was 2 external hard drives and 3 laptop computers.
And did you write and obtain search warrants for those?
I did.
And did you self-write for those?
No, I used the software product Axiom to process those items.
And it's different than self-write, but does it work somewhat similar?
Somewhat similar, yes.
You extract the data using software?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that software? Were you trained how to use it?
Yes.
And at the end of it, were you left with a dump or an extraction and the raw data?
Yes.
Detective Duncan, I think that's the last question I have for you. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
So on.
See you later, JJ.
There's a program like Windows that gives you a bunch of options. So you don't have to
Hello, hello, Mel.
The self-write reader?
Yes.
Yes, the program basically walks you through the steps on what to do next, depending on the device.
So, for instance, the program allows you to search for different types of content, right?
Once the extraction is complete and the data has been processed, then yes, you can go through and search for the various types of content.
And you can tag, like for instance, different messages and extract just what you tag, right?
Yes.
And you can look at a timeline. That's an option that you can look at a timeline on the phone, right?
Yes.
And additionally, you can look at pictures, images, anything that's on the phone just by clicking certain buttons.
Correct.
Now, when you have it in the reader and then you print it into another document, that user is selecting what to print, correct?
Yes, the report is generated in 2 different formats. You have the self-write reader report, which is more meant to be used in a digital format so that you can more easily search, and then it's also produced into a long-form PDF format as well.
And the long-form PDF is more difficult to work with?
Yes, much more difficult.
Okay. And so the self-write reader makes it easier to select what you want to print.
Yes.
Now, also particularly with iPhones, there's a button on the self-write reader to select activities, right?
I believe so, yes.
And on the activities button, it will, if your iPhone is, you have your phone set up to track your steps, for instance, it'll log there, right?
Yeah, there have been a number of times where I've observed that feature.
And did you observe that feature in this case?
I do not recall specifically.
But you wouldn't be surprised if it was there.
Yes.
And In addition, you did a download of 3 laptops, correct?
Yes.
One was last login was from 2013.
That sounds accurate, yes.
And you didn't find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
The next one was the laptop was last login from 2017, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of evidentiary value.
No.
And both of those, the last login was username and, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The third computer, last login was February 13th of 2021, correct?
That sounds correct.
And that last user login was Dan, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of evidentiary value of that, correct?
Nothing that appeared so at the time.
Part of what you're looking for is on a computer would be cookies, correct?
In some cases, in this particular case, I only handled most of the processing of the evidence and then produced the reports and then provided those to the lead investigators who were working on the case.
So, but you have processed before, correct?
Yes.
And that is one of the things they look for, right?
Yes.
What is a cookie?
Cookie is some information that is left behind by a third party, typically on the internet.
So if you go onto Google and search X, Y, and Z, there might be a cookie that shows that you search for X, Y, and Z, correct?
The cookies are typically more when you visit a website. The cookies are left behind on the computer to make interacting with that website a little bit easier.
And you didn't find out of the laptops and 2 external hard drives, you did not find anything of evidentiary value.
Nothing that appeared so at the time.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Michelle Barhofer.
Swear in. Step forward, please. Thank you. Please, the clerk, raise your right hand and do swear.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, whole, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat with the witness stand. You may cry.
Please state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Michelle Marhofer, M-A-R-H-O-E-F like Frank, E-R.
Do you typically go by Michelle?
I'm sorry?
Do you typically go by Michelle?
I do not.
What do you go by?
Mickey.
And what is your occupation?
I am the Chief Criminal Investigator for the Kendy County Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
Generally speaking, what are the duties of the Chief Criminal Investigator for the Prosecuting Attorney's Office?
As chief, I wear many hats. In this particular case, my job was to review the case comprehensively, take notes, come up with a plan as far as presenting information to a court or to investigate further.
Is it common in your role to work with attorneys for the prosecutor's office in preparing exhibits for presentation and trial?
Absolutely.
In doing so, do you obtain information from investigators?
Yes.
What kinds of information do you typically review?
Start with the reports, go through the images. I listen to interviews, watch videos, and then from there I'm assigned typically to get into forensic examinations of items that have been looked into evidence. And furthermore, if something needs an expert, I will typically try to locate an expert.
Is part of your role to distill down large amounts of information into something that's presentable to, say, a jury?
Yes.
Do you have any specific prior work experience or educational background that assists you in this job?
I have been preparing cases for presentation to a jury for over 26 years.
Where did you previously work?
I worked for the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office in Southern California.
How long did you work for them?
19 years,
How long have you been with Kootenai County?
just over 7.
What about any sort of educational or training background?
Lots of job-related education regarding evidence, procedures, forensic training in both video and computer examinations. My education is some college. I have a certificate from San Bernardino Valley College in criminal justice, and then just lots and lots of little smaller classes I've taken through the years regarding preparing cases for courtroom technology.
Ms. Marhofer, you are not a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you write search warrants?
No.
Do you issue search warrants?
No.
Do you process data that is procured through search warrants?
Yes.
Were you brought in to assist on the case involving Kendy Howard's death?
Yes.
At the time that you were brought in, were you made aware of large amounts of data that had been procured pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the data types that you were made aware of?
There were search warrants from several banks. There were several phone, what we call a phone dump, or an extraction of the data from the phone. There were hours and hours of video, and also search warrant from Facebook.
Were there also photographs that were taken pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Let's talk first about the data that was procured via search warrants as it relates to the phones or other digital media. Were you made aware that there were search warrants associated with phones and digital media?
Yes.
In what form was that information provided to you?
It was provided to me in 2 forms. Each phone was dumped. I had a very large PDF document that I could go through and review, and I could also launch the Cellbrite viewer and basically examine and go through the phone on my phone.
What you were provided, did that allow you the opportunity to, say, edit, delete, or otherwise tamper with the raw data?
No.
What were you allowed to do with that data?
Just view it and extract it. I'm sorry.
How much data are we talking about?
Oh, I don't remember the size of the actual phone extractions, but for measurement's sake, one of the PDF reports was almost 40,000 pages.
Are phone extractions typically extremely long files?
Depends on the phone.
Were you also provided contents of search warrants that were done on Facebook?
I was.
Having received both the data that was dumped from the phones as well as the Facebook data, were you able to review those?
Yes.
Were you able to compare those? And by that I mean, were you able to look at them to see if there was any data that was present in both of those forms?
Yes.
Was there?
Yes.
In looking through the phone data, were you able to make any determinations about ownership?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether a particular phone belonged to Kendy Howard?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Initially, I just started going through the phone looking for things that would identify a person, seeing their names on the accounts, the phone number that was previously provided to me through police reports, photographs, selfies, those types of things. I just gather everything that I can to help me to identify who that phone belongs to.
Among the data that was on the phone, was there sufficient information for you to conclude that that was Kendy Howard's phone?
Absolutely.
Were you able to determine whether that phone contained data that was from Facebook, the Facebook Messenger application, or something that was within that Facebook program?
Yes,
Do you remember specifically what that was?
Facebook. There was Instagram and I think Snapchat.
Were you able to determine that she used several applications and other online platforms?
Yes,
And again, were you able to match the Facebook message information on the phone to what was also obtained via search warrant from Facebook directly?
yes,
Did Kendy Howard frequently use Facebook?
yes.
You laughed a little bit there. Tell me why.
In my opinion, was on it quite frequently. She used Marketplace to sell items. She had a lot of friends, a lot of Facebook Messenger chats. Not so much in posting, but it was frequent.
Did Kendy Howard communicate through Facebook more than through other apps?
Yes,
Did Kendy Howard communicate through Facebook more than even normal text?
yes,
Did Kendy Howard even make calls through Facebook Messenger?
yes,
Did you review large portions of Facebook Messengers or other information contained within Facebook as it related to the relevant timeframes of this case?
yes,
Did you identify areas that were potentially of evidentiary value in this case?
I did.
Were you able to determine, based on looking at that data, whether or not that data had been altered or changed in some way?
I couldn't tell that anything had been altered or changed.
When you obtained this information from Facebook Messenger, did it have what we would usually call metadata?
Nothing that I analyzed, but potentially there could be some there.
Did it have associated dates and times?
It did.
Was there anything about those dates and times that that you did change?
I'm sorry,
That you did change?
So the phone down for the extraction was in GMT, which is -0. We live in Pacific Standard Time, which is -8. So on the Facebook Messenger stuff that I extracted, I did time and date calculations to show the actual date and time that those text messages were sent and received.
And was that a simple calculation based on essentially subtracting hours to obtain those dates and times?
Yes,
And the Facebook messaging information that was obtained from Facebook, did you have to do that same calculation?
I did from Facebook. I didn't have to do anything in the phone.
Okay. Were you also asked to make any, let's say, redactions to particular conversations?
Yes.
What kinds of redactions did you make?
The only redactions that I made were to block out areas that were identified to me as being irrelevant or things that could not be used in court.
Did you do that for multiple conversations with multiple individuals?
I did.
And again, were you identifying particular conversations that were of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Commissioner, approach the witness.
Thank you so much, Mal. You are very appreciated.
Marhoff, I'm going to hand you
Why are you
E,
crying, Lizzie?
42A and B, 44A and B, 39A through E.
Oh, Mel, thank you so much. Thank you. We don't want to get rid of you. You're absolutely part of the team, part of the family. Yeah. Even Lizzie's saying, thanks, Mel.
E, 37A through H. Generally, what are these?
These are the Facebook messages
Okay, ladies.
that I extracted from the Facebook search warrant.
Did you chop, redact, and time correct as you previously described on these messages?
Yes.
Did you make other alterations to these conversations?
No.
In the phone, you mentioned that there were photographs and selfies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review all of those?
Yes.
And did you locate things that appeared to be of evidentiary value?
I did.
Did those have associated metadata?
Yes.
And when I say metadata, what are we talking about?
So metadata is a fingerprint, so to speak, for each photograph or item. The metadata in the phone told me the date and the time and the source. So if it was from that iPhone 11, it showed me it was from an iPhone 11. It will also give me any date or time that it may have been cropped. It's all the data, all the background information regarding that photo.
Were you able to extract or otherwise download those images for presentation at court?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Amen.
Again, Ms. Marhofer, I'm going to show you a large group of exhibits. These are going to be exhibits 27 through 36, as well as exhibit 76. Do you recognize these? Look through.
I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
Exhibit 76 is a Facebook post, and the other range are photos were found in the phone.
Were those photographs and Facebook Messenger posts extracted from the phone in the process that you previously described?
Yes.
Were those photographs printed in such a way that contained associated date, time, or potential other relevant metadata?
Yes.
Did you alter any of those dates, times, or other relevant metadata?
No.
Did you alter those photos?
No.
Were those essentially directly downloaded from the extraction from the phone?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to move to admit states 27 through 36 and exhibit 76.
Okay. No objection. Okay, those will be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, did you likewise locate conversations between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard on the phone?
I did.
In what forms did Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard communicate?
On Facebook Messenger and text.
Did they communicate on both those applications with the same frequency?
No.
Did they typically utilize one at a time, essentially, for a conversation?
As I recall, yes. Typically, if they started a conversation in one format, they would stick with it.
Were you able to likewise download those conversations from the phone?
Yes.
Were you able to identify potentially relevant portions of those conversations?
Yes.
Were you able to correct any dates that were not in Pacific time as needed?
Yes.
Did you make any other alterations to those conversations other than crops and redactions may be required by court rule?
No.
Permission to approach the witness.
Amen.
Smart Hopper, again, I'm handing you some large stacks. It's going to be Exhibit 73A through D and Exhibit 72A through I. Do you recognize what these are, and again, feel free to flip through?
I do.
Starting with 72, what do you recognize those to be?
These are text messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel.
And Exhibit 73?
These are Facebook Messenger messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard.
Now, in Smart Hopper, we talked quite a bit about how you obtain those Facebook Messenger conversations, but just to clarify, the raw phone extraction that you received from law enforcement, did that also contain phone calls and text messages the way a normal phone does outside of specific applications?
Yes.
And would those be the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 72A through I?
Yes.
And were these specific to Dan and Kendy alone?
That batch, yes.
All right, so I'm going to move to admit 72A through I and 73A through D.
Any objection? No objection. Those will be admitted.
Likewise, in Smart Hopper, did Kendy Howard's phone contain records of phone calls?
Yes.
Were those phone calls that were made, again, essentially the way a normal phone functions, outside of using an application like Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Were you also able to see that she made calls through the Facebook Messenger application?
Yes.
Were there times that a particular call would be recorded in the Facebook Messenger application and through the normal call log?
Yes.
Were you able to identify particular portions of Kendy Howard's phone records that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Did you make any changes to those phone records other than identifying those relevant time frames?
Objection. Yes.
Sidebar. You guys, I am addicted to this stuff. Can you see it? I'm addicted. It's Mexie's fault. I'm addicted. Mexie. Fenty, they have the best lip stuff. Actually, I use everything. I love it. I'm addicted.
Marhoff, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 78A and B. Start first with 78B. What do you recognize that to be?
78B is a 3-page extraction from the column.
Whose column?
Kendy Howard.
Is it associated with a particular date?
It is.
What date?
January 29th of 2021.
Was that a date that was identified as being the beneficiary value?
Yes, it was.
Did you make any alterations to that phone log?
Other than the extraction, no.
78A.
78A is an exhibit that I created in 2 parts. First part being the clip from the Facebook Messenger, and the second being 2 entries clipped from exhibit 78B.
What was the purpose of making that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit is in relation to January 29th of 2021 at 5 a.m.
I'm going to stop you there. Let me ask a better question. Did you notice any similarities between what's contained in 78A and 78B?
I did.
What was that?
They were both in relation to phone calls to Dan Prado.
Did the phone calls in 78A match the phone calls in 78B?
The entries in from the phone log were the times that the phone call started, and the Facebook entries were the time log of the length of the phone calls. So they did correlate.
And it combined, do they create a complete record of particular phone calls?
Yes, they do.
Other than the selection of those particular calls that you previously described in 78A, you made any alterations to that call logs?
No. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I did. There was a date entry on the top, like in the header, that I did white out.
All right, at this time I would move to admit 78A and B.
Any objection? 78A and B are admitted.
Okay, Ms. Markhofer. During the course of this investigation, did you come across information that was related to purchases that Kendy Howard was making in the time before her death?
Yes.
And was there a particularly large purchase that Kendy made at the time before her death?
Yes.
What purchase was that?
A hot tub.
Were you able to obtain any records that relate to the purchase of that hot tub?
I was.
Were you able to obtain, let me ask you this, how did you get that information?
It took a few steps, but I contacted the company who had the hot tub sale at the Kootenai County Fairgrounds, tracked them down, and through multiple people I spoke to, I found the person that had the records that I could subpoena.
And was that company able to provide you with records of that transaction?
They did without subpoena.
Did they provide you anything to indicate the authenticity of those records?
Yes, they did.
And did they include in their records any internal records of the purchase?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they include in the records they provided to you any of their own internal notes?
Yes.
Permission to approach with 75 A and C. Marhoffer, we recognize 75 A through C to B. And if you would just identify them individually.
These are the records I received from the stock company. In 75A, this would be the 90211 affidavit that where they signed under penalty of perjury that these are records in association with the business and are part of their normal business records. 75B are the copies of the documents relating to the purchase of said hot tub, and 75C are the documents relating to the refund requested by Dan Howard.
Move to admit 75 A through C.
Any objection? Relevance, Your Honor.
I understand the relevance, so if that's the only objection, then I'll overrule and allow the evidence to be admitted.
Ms. Marhoffer, did you likewise obtain a check that was related to an even larger purchase that Ms. Howard was in the process of making?
Yes,
What was that?
the purchase of a home in Kendy, Idaho.
And the particular check was related to what specifically?
The home inspection.
Who did you obtain that from?
The document was located in the support return from P1 FCU.
Mission approach. Marhoffer, I'm going to show you what's been marked state 71A and B. Do you recognize it?
It'll be good. Don't scratch it up.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the 90211 affidavit and the check. We were just speaking of. Okay, what you want?
To admit 71A and B.
Any objection?
I need Tyler.
Ms. Marhoffer, in creating exhibits for presentation in a criminal jury trial, are you ever asked to create exhibits that are for demonstrative purposes?
I am.
Are you ever asked to create images that would assist the lawyers or the jury in understanding the evidence?
Yes.
Mission to approach. I'll show you states 3A, B, and C. Do you recognize these?
I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
These are calendar pages for January 2021, February 2021, and March of 2021.
Did you take steps to ensure that these were accurate calendars for those dates in the years previous?
I did.
Move to admit 3A, 3B, 3C.
Any objection? Was that admitted?
Ms. Marhoffer, in the course of your review of the investigative case, did you identify that there was a weapon involved in this case?
Excuse me. A weapon?
Was there a firearm involved in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall the make and model of that firearm?
There were two actually looked at evidence. One was a Glock 19 and one was a Taurus. I don't remember the exact model. It's a 700 series, if I recall correctly.
And did you go through the process of obtaining a demonstrative associated with the Taurus?
Yes.
Can you describe that process?
It can vary from case to case. In this particular case, They were just images that came from Detective Northrop's review at Kendy County Sheriff's Office.
And so you were able to identify the exact make and model of the Taurus that was involved in this case?
I was.
Did you take steps to locate a replica of that gun?
I did.
Can you describe this replica?
It is what they refer to as a blue gun, and the particular gun that I was after was what they call true weight. So it is made to mimic the absolute size and the weight of the gun, rather than having to handle a live firearm. Now you can handle a plastic version of it.
And did you locate a company that would create such a weighted blue gun?
I did.
Did you go through the process of obtaining that gun?
I did.
And did you specifically request that that gun be weighted accurately?
I did.
Commissioner Approach. States 50. What do you recognize that to be?
This is the receipt for the purchase of that blue gun.
Move to admit states 50.
Any objection?
Yeah, we'll move it on.
Sure.
No objection to receipt.
Right. It's submitted.
Okay, Ms. Marhofer. You mentioned previously that there was a large volume of photographs associated with this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have opportunity to review all of those photographs?
Yes.
Did you work with myself and other members of the prosecution to identify photographs that were going to be utilized in trial?
Yes.
Were there specific photographs that you were asked to alter?
Yes.
What ways did you alter photographs?
I cropped some of the photos to block out more sensitive areas, such as like open eyeballs and genitalia.
Were you also involved in creating summary images or PowerPoint presentations for utilization in this trial?
Yes.
And did you do so with input from either the witnesses or the attorneys?
I did.
Did you make alterations to those photographs other than what you just described?
No.
And Commissioner Approach.
Okay.
Again, Ms. Marhoff is a large grouping, but 19A and B, 22A through G, 24G, 26A through J. Do you recognize this group of exhibits?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The disc is a PowerPoint I prepared for Dr. Rivera. That is 24G. 26A through J is a series of photographs and a diagram, as well as a PowerPoint I generated from the autopsy. 22A through G is a PowerPoint and images I generated regarding Dr. Smock. And the last one, 19A and B, is a diagram of various injuries, both in a diagram and in the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Ms. Marhofer. I don't think I have any other. I forgot one fell down here. Commissioner Approach the witness.
You have.
This is a PowerPoint I prepared for the crime lab technician, or I don't remember his actual title, but Tyler Staples.
And that's exhibit 77.
It is.
Now I think I'm finished.
Thank you, counsel. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, John. Morning.
Good morning.
Let's first start off with metadata. You describe that as a fingerprint on, for instance, an image. Right?
Yeah.
And so the metadata will tell you when a photograph was taken and possibly even last used. Right?
Yes.
And sometimes they'll have location data, etc. Right?
Sometimes, yes.
And so, as part of your job, well, let's just start there. You specifically work for the prosecutor's office, right?
I do.
So, you're not assigned by law enforcement to conduct tasks, right?
Correct.
So, but you do receive the evidence that law enforcement uploads in particular in this case.
Day after day, yes.
And so you received uploads of photos taken by Deputy Willard.
I'm sorry?
Deputy Willard.
Yes.
And he was one of the responding officers at the scene.
Yes.
On February 2nd.
Yep.
You also received photographs from Detective Northrop, right?
Yes.
And have you examined the metadata of those photographs?
No.
And then, do you participate in providing discovery to, or uploading discovery to defense counsel?
I have.
Now, on the metadata, you can access that through Cellbrite, right?
I don't need Cellbrite to access that data, but I can.
So in a photo, for instance, a lot of times you can just click details and the metadata sometimes will show, right?
A small portion of it, yes.
But Cellbrite also has that information.
Cellbrite would have it, yes.
And you're familiar with Cellbrite?
Yes.
And here, there was various search warrants that you talked about applied for throughout this case, right?
I'm sorry?
There was various search warrants applied for throughout this case.
Yeah.
So, for instance, you mentioned the search warrant for Facebook.
Yes.
And Facebook sends you a response to that search warrant by providing you information.
They sent it to law enforcement, not me, but yes.
But law enforcement uploads it and you review it, right?
Correct.
And that's partly what you reviewed in all your preparations that you've done, right?
Yes.
Additionally, Cellbrite has the Facebook information, right?
It has some of it.
Okay. And you compared, but you're familiar with what the Cellbrite information looks like.
Yes.
May I approach on it?
You may.
Ms. Arnold, Kendy was marked as Defense Exhibit A. Does that look like information that would be on Cellbrite report?
It does.
And for instance, may I retrieve an exhibit from the first one?
Yeah.
You, did you do any comparison between Cellbrite and Facebook?
I did some.
So you were, you mentioned you did it 40 earlier, is that right?
Exhibit 40, yes.
In particular, that was a string of messages with Maya, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And on there, was that a Cellbrite report or was that a Facebook search warrant report?
The information that I used in my exhibit was from Facebook.
And Facebook, comes to you in a PDF?
Yes.
And PDFs are editable?
Yes.
And in fact, you did edits on, as it relates to the time zone on PDFs, correct?
I didn't edit, I added.
But you edited the document they gave to you to add information, correct?
Correct.
And on Cellbrite, you can select and choose information that you extract, correct?
Correct.
And approach. And then you back what was previously discussed as Exhibit 40. That's a document that you helped create from Facebook for this exhibit purposes, correct?
Yes.
What's the last date of the text message?
Objection, hearsay, this item is not in evidence.
Response?
Objection. Insufficient foundation for admission at this time.
Council approach and bring the exhibit. I'm sustaining the objection for the time being. You can rephrase your question.
on those exhibits, can you tell on exhibit 40, are you able to determine the last message date on that exhibit?
Objection, hearsay, that exhibit is not an evidence, there is a lack of foundation.
Your Honor, please do.
Well, it was a yes or no question, so I'll allow you to ask the question as to yes or no. But this exhibit has not been admitted, so I'm not going to let you elicit the actual contents of the exhibit.
Are you able to tell the date on exhibit 40 what the last date of the message was?
Yes.
I'm allowing that as a yes or no question.
On defense exhibit A, are you able to tell the date of that message?
Not on this exhibit, no.
But Cellbrite does have the messages, and you can get all the messages from Cellbrite, correct?
You can, but this is a screenshot of the right column, not the entire contents of the Cellbrite.
Okay, so on the Cellbrite, you're familiar with Cellbrite then, so you have, it's a program that then you can get buttons to do either searches of different types of content, correct?
Yeah.
And you can do, for instance, a timeline.
Yes.
And you can, that timeline will give you all activity within a certain range, correct?
It can, yes.
Do you know whether or not Kendy Howard, do you know who the last person that she messaged was?
Objection, foundation beyond scope.
She testified about her going through the phone in preparation for the state's evidence, going through all the evidence as the state's investigator. Directly related to that response.
The state hasn't brought out those conversations yet. The exhibit's not been committed, the state's exhibit. And so to that extent, it's beyond the scope and I'll sustain the objection.
Did you review you said you reviewed the Cellbrite data, correct?
I did.
Of Kendy's phone?
I did.
Just once?
I loaded it several times to look at different items.
You mentioned earlier there's 40,000 pages of information ballpark, correct?
Yes.
So it takes some time to go through it.
Yes.
In your investigation, was it important for you to do a timeline and see what messages particularly were sent prior to her passing?
Yes.
Do you know if she sent any messages on the night that she died?
She did.
Do you know who the last person she may have messaged?
Objection, foundation beyond scope.
Foundation.
I'm going to address this with the attorneys in a little bit more detail, so I'm going to excuse the jury for a moment. I'll remind you not to discuss the case among yourselves before you come in.
approach here because we're not moving other than, we're not moving at this point to admit the exhibits.
I thought they were done.
Were you able to know what her last message was? Who is the best person to answer that question but the person who spent so much time preparing the exhibits, going through the phone? I can't ask anyone else to know. They wouldn't know the chronological order. It's data. Now, I'm not asking what was that message. That would come out through Tanamaya. What I think is inappropriate is that the exhibit, which has a date of 1/31, does not include Kendy's last message. That's not in the state's exhibit. That'll be dealt with when Tana testifies. I agree, it should be admitted at this point. But the question was, were you able to tell who she sent her last message to? That's not asking for hearsay. The foundation has been laid, and I think it should be right.
Well, if this were your witness on direct, maybe we could there may be sufficient foundation for the question, but that's not how the state has presented this witness. The state has presented this witness as a foundational witness for the exhibits they prepare. And so, to the extent you want to obtain different information or information beyond that, beyond the scope of what the state's asked, that is beyond the scope of the cross-examination. Again, whether you can present that later on for the witnesses and so forth, because I'm not saying you can't ask this ever, but it's beyond the scope at this point. It also appears the court is intent to impeach an exhibit that is yet to be admitted. So it's not proper for impeachment at this point because the state has never admitted the exhibit. And then when we get down to it, the issues of hearsay and so forth, things will have to be addressed. But at this point, I'm granting the state's objection that this is beyond the scope of cross-examination. This isn't your opportunity to turn this witness into your own expert witness to go into other details. So this is do not cross for what she's testifying to at this point, and I'll allow that. So I'm sustaining the objection. Yeah, let's bring the jury back in. I'm just contemplating whether I'm not to take a break, but let's go back and we'll start a break. We'll do a bit more break.
Hey, Tony. I'm still trying to work on that there, girlfriend. It's saying that my storage is full. It's not letting me do it.
You see the thank you. I sustain the objection that it's beyond the scope of the direct examination.
So on the sub-right here, you have various means to search for that, right?
Correct.
And one of the things is you can search for the types of applications that are on it.
Correct.
You mentioned on the direct that the town has.
It's okay.
Yes.
In your role as an investigator, are you familiar with Snapchat?
I'm not.
In your role as investigator, do you have investigated cases involving Snapchat?
I am not today.
I don't know.
Thank you, Peter.
Hang on.
Thank you, Mark, for your support.
Wishing to approach Madam Clerk to tender the exhibits that were in the exhibit.
Trying to figure out a program on my confuser.
Judge, if I could be bold, I would make a suggestion that we break now for a mid-morning break before the state calls its next witness, which will be Franky.
Anyway, just thinking out of it. But none of us thought while you were here, so why don't we take about a 10-minute morning break? I always try to tell you minutes in terms of, 10 to 15, something like that, but we'll shoot for 10 minutes, okay? Remind you not to discuss the case among yourselves.
Oh, there we go. There we go. And we're back.
Sir, you have any comment? Yes, sir. You come forward, please. And you face my clerk and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat right there if you understand.
Before we begin, may I ask a question, Mr. Clerk?
You may.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Daniel Prado, Prado.
What town do you live in?
Kamei, Idaho.
Where did you grow up?
Kamei.
You lived in Kendy your whole life?
Pretty much my whole life is now.
Did you know a woman by the name of Kendy Howard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Kendy Howard?
It was probably junior high school, 6th, 7th grade, somewhere there.
When you first met her, how did you meet her?
At school, school functions, classes, sports, that kind of stuff, from school.
Is Kendy a big town?
No, it's a small town.
Sir, can I have you just pull that microphone a little closer to yourself? Thank you. Sure.
Was there a time that your relationship with Kendy Howard changed while you were both in school?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
We quickly became good friends. Just kind of created a bond with one another. Just good friends, and then we eventually in school we started dating.
Would that have been middle school, high school?
High school.
Would you say that you had a sustained relationship in high school, or was it just more kids dating?
More kids dating.
After high school, did you continue that relationship?
Yes, on and off.
Did that relationship continue in a dating sense or in a friendship sense?
More friendship sense.
Did you both go on to have other relationships?
We did.
Can you describe that?
I know Kendy had, she was in a relationship with, father of her daughter, and with Mr. Howard, she ended up getting in a relationship with him, and same with me. I ended up having a daughter with, another woman, and I had relationships, but it's all kind of, that's how it was.
Over the years, did you remain friends with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
How would you maintain that friendship?
We would see each other on occasion, at a town function or something like that. We would text every once in a while. We'd run into each other, we would talk, just kind of like that.
When you would see Kendy, would that be in Kendy?
Yes.
Did you know why Kendy was coming to Kendy?
She had family in town.
Who?
Her mother and father, Wendell and Jamie Williams.
Do you have a relationship with Wendell and Jamie?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship?
I've known them pretty much my whole life as well. I go to their house for barbecues, and we just had great friendship. They're really great folks, and we just like hanging around each other. So we would go out to eat dinner sometimes, or go to the house for dinner. It was, we hung out a lot.
You have a separate friendship with them apart from your friendship with Kendy?
Yes.
Was anybody else in Kendy's family in the Kamei area?
She had an uncle and some aunts, I believe, as well. Her brother Brian lived about 60 miles away in Lewiston.
would you also see them on occasion?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you rekindled a romantic relationship with Kendy?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that began?
If I remember right, it was probably May of 2020.
At that point in time, were you married?
No.
At that point in time, was Kendy married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Mr. Howard.
Do you know that Kendy was married at the time you began that relationship?
Yes.
During that time, how did you communicate?
Through Messenger. We message each other through Facebook Messenger. We would call each other through the same Messenger app and make phone calls.
Were you also meeting up periodically in person?
Yes.
And would that typically occur in Kendy, or would it also occur in Kendy County?
Both places.
Backing up, had you previously met Dan Howard?
Yes.
When did you meet Dan Howard?
I think the first time it would have been probably maybe early 90s, somewhere there.
At the time that you and Kendy began your relationship, were you also regularly seeing Dan?
No.
During the times that you began your relationship with Kendy, was Kendy coming to Kendy frequently?
Yes.
Would she be coming alone?
Yes.
What kinds of events would you see Kendy at?
Barbecues, if one of the little surrounding towns or something like that would have a, get together over a holiday or something like that, then sometimes she'd come to town and I'd see her that way as well.
So in that beginning period of your relationship, how frequently were you getting together?
Every few weeks?
And was that dependent on something in Kendy's life?
Yes.
What was that?
Dan not being home.
Do you know why Dan would be home or not home?
Work. I believe he worked out of town.
So you indicated that you communicated with Kendy through Facebook Messenger. How frequently did you communicate?
Daily.
And would that be once a day or something more?
Several times a day.
Would that be text, call, both?
Both.
Ballpark, how often were you talking to Kendy in a day?
Could be 100 texts, it'd be a couple of phone calls a day. It was quite a bit.
Was Kendy talkative?
Very talkative.
Did she share with you?
Pretty much everything.
Did Kendy have a particular style of typing?
That she did, yes.
Can you describe that?
You kind of had to get to know her a little bit to understand what some of the things she was saying. It was just very fast and, kind of sporadic, but just, she had her own style.
Would there be times that it would be challenging to understand her texts?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Kendy Howard stupid?
No.
Did she wear glasses?
She did.
Was Kendy Howard's style of texting related to either her intelligence or her ability to see?
No.
Why were her texts so hard to read?
She was just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, just, she was very, full of life. Just when she typed something, she would just type it, I guess she was thinking at that time, and sometimes it would just not come out real clear.
You sometimes have to ask her to clarify?
Several times.
Dan, is there a time that you were in love with Kendy?
Absolutely.
Over the course of your relationship, did you Did you fall in love with her?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you loved her?
Yes, I did.
Did she tell you that she loved you?
Yes,
Is that something that you said to each other frequently?
we did.
During the course of your relationship, what kinds of things would you do together?
We would go antiquing. She loved to go antiquing. She loved to fish. She'd fish. We used to kind of go on little road trips up the river, just find a little spot and have a picnic and fish. Just, you know, those kinds of things. Hiking. She enjoyed hiking.
Is there a particular kind of item she enjoyed antiquing for?
Yes, there was specifically I used to call them glass chickens, but she'd correct me. She'd tell me they're nesting hens. But there were these glass antique chickens. She had quite the collection of those.
Is that something that you enjoyed doing together?
We did.
Do you enjoy shooting firearms?
Yes,
Do you own firearms?
I do.
Do you and Kendy go shooting together?
No,
Why not?
she didn't like guns.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard shoot a gun?
No,
Did you ever see Kendy Howard clean a gun?
no,
Did you ever see Kendy Howard load bullets into a magazine?
no,
To your knowledge, did Kendy Howard know how to do that?
not to my knowledge.
Was there a point in time that your relationship turned sexual?
He did.
Did you have opportunities as part of that sexual relationship to see Kendy Howard naked?
Yes,
Were you aware during your relationship what Kendy Howard did for work?
yes.
What did she do for work?
She worked at Food and Health in the supply department.
In your opportunities to see Kendy Howard naked, did she frequently have extensive bruising to her body?
She had some bruising.
Can you describe that?
She had some bruising on her arms, or so, but not very often.
Would she indicate to you where that was from work?
No, it wasn't from work.
Did Kendy talk to you about how she felt about her body?
Yes,
How did she feel about her body?
she felt insecure.
Did she comment on particular aspects of her body that she felt insecure about?
Yes,
What was that?
like her belly area, and her breasts.
Did she ever talk about her weight?
She did.
What would she say?
That she would work out sometimes, and sometimes she wouldn't, but that she would often get shamed about her weight.
Did she ever discuss with you steps that she was taking to address some of those insecurities about her body?
Yes, she had. She was looking into doing I guess kind of a makeover of her body.
What would be involved in that makeover?
I think she was talking about tummy tuck, breast augmentation.
In your many conversations with her, did you become familiar with Kendy Howard's nightly routine?
Yes.
What would Kendy Howard do nearly every night?
She'd go home, and one of the things she loved doing was taking a bath.
Was there a particular series of events that she would do to take that bath?
She would, go up and she'd usually, in the water, and I know she liked like shower lotions and bubble baths and that kind of stuff, so she would, do that.
And was that before bed?
Yes,
Was it common for the two of you to talk in the evenings?
yes,
Did you even at times talk with her while she was in the bath?
yes,
Were you in a relationship with Kendy Howard in July of 2020?
yes,
At that point in your relationship, had your relationship turned sexual?
yes,
At that that point in your relationship had you told Kendy that you loved her?
I believe so, yes.
Did Kendy Howard make you aware of something that had occurred on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Would you approach the witness? Did you have an opportunity to discuss that incident with Kendy Howard?
Yes,
And did you use the Facebook Messenger application to do that?
we did.
To show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 38H. Do you recognize that?
Yes, those are our messages.
Does that appear to be an accurate portion of your conversation?
It does.
What date was that from? Did you need to look at it again?
If I could, please, yes.
Objection, calls for hearsay.
This is the date. Oh.
Looks like it was on the messages, obviously July 11th.
And does that appear to reflect, to match your memory of the conversation you had on that day?
It does.
Going to admit States 38H.
Any objection? Is it 38H, is it good?
This time, Your Honor, I would move to publish by providing jurors their own copies.
You may do so.
Commissioner, remember the original to Madam Clerk? Okay. So, Mr. Prado, in the period of time after July 10th of 2020, you and Kendy discussed plans for her future.
Yes.
What kinds of plans did Kendy Howard have?
She was looking at getting divorced. She wanted to move back to our hometown Kendy. She looked at purchasing a home. She wanted to, possibly start a little antique store. Those kinds of things.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
Did you assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Yes.
What steps did you take to assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Well, we looked at some different properties, that she had found when she was, so she was moving forward with that. So, getting her all the information she needed and setting up the what's called purchase sale agreement for her to do that.
Was the house that she was moving forward on the first listing that the two of you discussed?
No.
Did she spend some time looking at listings before you moved forward in that process?
Yes.
Did the two of you guys spend months looking for a house in Kenya?
We did.
She wanted a house in Canyon.
She wanted to move back to Cambia and get divorced from Dan and just get some separation, some distance, be close to family.
Did she ever talk about how that would affect her job?
Yes.
What if anything did she talk to you about with her job?
Well, she enjoyed her job. She enjoyed where she was working. The clinic in Kendy is part of Kendy Health as well. So she had actually spoke about transferring down there to the Kendy clinic to continue working for Kendy Health. So she was looking into that pretty extensively.
So were there in fact multiple opportunities that she was considering?
Yes.
Did you make any offers for her to work with you?
I did. I told her she needed to help me out with the options.
As a realtor, are you familiar with the home buying process?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what is involved in purchasing a home from a financial standpoint?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a document standpoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a logistics standpoint? Things like home inspections and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist Kendy Howard in that process?
I did.
What kinds of things did you do to assist Kendy in that process?
I explained some of the paperwork, the process of buying the home. I had given her kind of a referral on, where she can go for financing, and also helped her set up a home inspection for the home, put the offer in on the home. Just kind of helped her through all the process. Answer any questions that she had.
And were you familiar with where Kendy was in the process of buying that house at the time for that?
Yes.
What steps had she taken to acquire that home before her death?
She had applied with the financial institution there in Kendy for the financing. The home inspection had been scheduled and actually completed. And she was, there was a closing date set and the documents were in place.
Did you actually put any of your own money down in this case, in this purchase agreement?
I was going to, yes.
Did you ever actually do that?
We hadn't quite made it to that point, but it was in the works. The agreement was made.
Can you describe what you were going to do?
For transactions, home transactions like that, you require to put down earnest money. I was going to put down, Kendy would have been required to put down $1,000 earnest money. So I had, when Kendy and I spoke about that, I had agreed to put down the earnest money out of my own finances, $1,000.
Had Kendy put any of her money down in the process or paid for anything in particular?
She had put money down on an item for the home at that point.
What about the home inspection? Who paid for that?
And the home inspection, yes.
Who was present at the home inspection?
I was.
Did you meet with the home inspector?
I did.
And did he give you any information about how the inspection was going to turn out?
At the end, basically, yes. Kind of let him do his thing. I just kind of watched, and then at the end, we went over the inspection. What his findings were. At that point.
Was there anything about the house that was going to create issues?
No.
What day did the home inspection take place?
I believe it was the February 1st, or February 2nd, it was right there.
Did you communicate that information to Kendy Howard? steps that she took towards securing a divorce from Dan Howard?
Yes, she did.
What steps did she describe to you?
She had met with an attorney and received documents from the attorney. She was looking at dividing the property, doing some documents that showed the division of some property, so she was moving forward with that.
Before she, well, let me ask you this. Do you know approximately when she met with the divorce attorney?
Approximately, I think it was late January, mid-late January.
So in those months previous, did the two of you discuss her divorcing Dan?
Yes,
And during those conversations, did you discuss how that might interact with the home purchase?
yes,
And would that again have been on Facebook Messenger?
yes.
Permission to approach?
No.
Approach you was marked as 38 F and G. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are the messages between Kendy and I.
Do those appear to be an accurate portion of the conversation Kendy Howard before her death?
Yes,
Is this in relation to her plans for the future?
yes.
All right, this time I would move to admit those two exhibits.
No objection. No objection if they are admitted.
This time move to publish for the jury with their individual copies.
You may.
F, Hampton Baylor. G, handed to the bailiff. In your conversations with Kendy about the steps she was taking towards divorce, she discussed with you asset division with Dan.
She did.
What kinds of things did she tell you?
You know, how they were gonna try to divide the property that they had, with home. You know, they had boats and motorcycles and tractor and those types of things. Retirements, they were gonna have to be all figured out.
months, had Kendy yet told Dan that she was planning a divorce?
Not early on.
Was the idea of divorcing Dan stressful to Kendy?
It was.
What did she say?
And she was, I would say, pretty terrified about how he reacted. And she told him.
You know approximately how many years the two have been married?
Maybe 25, 27 years.
During this period of time, Kendy's making plans. What was her general demeanor?
On moving forward, she was happy about moving forward, wanting to move forward, wanting to kind of move on.
Were there things in Kendy Howard's life that she was excited about, that brought her joy?
Absolutely.
Was the stress of divorcing Dan, did that outweigh that joy?
Objection, speculation. Sustained.
Did you more frequently see Kendy happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
I'm sorry?
Foundation is to this how we express.
Also state that, you lay a little foundation.
Testified that Kendy was stressed about the idea of leaving Dan. How do you know that?
She would tell me.
Would she tell you that starting back as early as July?
Yes,
Was that a conversation that continued throughout your relationship?
it was.
Was it a frequent topic?
It was.
Was it something that you talked about in phone calls,
Yes.
in texts,
Yes.
when you were together?
Yes.
Did you see Kendy Howard more frequently happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
And when she was home with Dan, was her demeanor more happy or more stressed?
Objection, foundation. Particularly as alleged demeanor, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Particularly as to her demeanor, or all.
I think there's foundation for that, but if you could lay just some, if you want to address that.
You previously testified that you were familiar that Dan's work schedule required him to be gone for periods of time and then home for periods of time. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You also previously testified that you and Kendy would see each other when Dan was out of town. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
During the periods of time that Dan was in town, would you still be communicating with Kendy?
Yes.
Would that still be through phone calls and messages?
Yes.
Would that still be at the frequency that you previously described?
Quite frequent.
During those conversations, did you have opportunity to hear her voice?
Yes.
Did you have opportunities to ask her about the day?
Yes.
Listen to her emotions?
Yes.
Hear anything that she wanted to share with you?
Absolutely.
During the periods of time that Dan was home, was Kendy more stressed or more happy?
Objection.
Sure.
As to leaving overruled.
Could you answer that question again?
She was more stressed.
Mr. Prado, I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of January 29th. Had you been corresponding with Kendy Howard that evening on January 28th?
Yes.
On the evening of 28th, was Dan in town or not in town, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I believe he was in time.
In the early morning hours of January 29th, did something happen that caught your attention?
Yes,
What was that?
a phone call,
Who was that phone call from?
Kendy.
When you answered the phone, what did you hear?
One of like a very distraught, panicked Kendy. It was like an open line. She wasn't talking to me, but it was an open line.
What did you hear on that open line?
She was very distraught, emotional. She was saying, "What are you doing? I'm trying to go to the bathroom," and I could hear Dan on the call, and she was saying, "Let me close the door, let me close the door." And he, who are you talking to? And she's like, "Nobody, I'm not talking to anybody. Why do you have your phone?" Then you can hear like a couple of thuds where, it was like she was trying to close the door, and he wouldn't allow her to close the door. And she's like, "Let me close the door, let me close the door."
Approximately how long was this open line?
Approximately 15 seconds or so.
Was what you heard in that 15 seconds, did that cause an emotional response in you?
Absolutely, I can tell the fear and panic in her voice.
What did you do?
I immediately hung up. Once I kind of figured out what was going on, I called her parents on the telephone and told them that you need to call Kendy immediately because there's something going on.
Approximately what time of the morning was this?
Between 4 and 5 a.m., somewhere in there.
Why didn't you call Kendy back?
I didn't want for Mr. Howard to see me, calling her and agitating him more, or, make it worse for Kendy, because I knew she was in trouble.
After you called Kendy's parents, did you at some point later reconnect with Kendy?
Yes.
Approximately how much later did you reconnect with Kendy?
It was later that morning. She had called me again, texted and called me again.
Do you recall approximately how long it was between those calls?
A couple of hours.
The time that you reconnected with Kendy, did you call her or did she call you?
She called me.
And when you connected with her, what was her emotional state at that point in time?
Very distraught, very emotional distraught.
Can you describe that?
Just on the verge, I want to say hysterical. She was very, very emotional, sobbing. I was trying to calm her down a little bit, just sobbing very heavily, very emotional. She just went through something traumatic. It sounded like, she was just very, very emotional and sobbing.
In your, however many years of knowing Kendy, had you ever heard Dan's voice before?
Yes.
When you first heard that short call, did you know that to be Dan's voice on the call?
Yes.
In that second call, did Kendy Howard tell you what happened?
She did.
What did Kendy tell you happened?
She said that she was sleeping and something just startled her, and she woke up. And when she woke up, Mr. Howard was standing over her, and he was, wearing all dark clothing, gloves, and had a look about him that she said basically when he was looking at me, he was looking right through me. And she told me that she felt that Mr. Howard was going to kill her.
During that second call, How long did you talk?
Well over an hour.
What was her emotional state throughout that call?
She was very emotional, sobbing, just very, very emotional, very sobbing.
Did she ever express fear to you?
She did. She was very fearful.
Did she tell you what happened in that period of time between when she first called you and when she next called you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So in the first call, you testified that you heard Kendy get to the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened after that?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that her parents had called. Her parents had called back, and that Mr. Howard had walked down the stairs, and then the police were notified that she had looked, was walking out of the bathroom and looked down at the top of the stairs there, and she had saw a magazine, a semi-automatic pistol.
She used those words?
She said it looked like a clip thing with the bullets where you put it in a gun, is what she said.
During the course of that longer call, can you tell you where she was headed?
To Canyon.
Is that where you were?
Yes.
Who else was down there?
Her parents.
Do you know where she went when she got to Kenyon?
To her parents.
Did you also go there?
I did.
When you got there, who was there?
When I got there, Kendy was.
Commissioner Coach, have a question.
Okay.
So I totally agree with you about women taking a different route to end stuff. It's not usually bullets. I agree 1000%.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as states 78A. I'm going to attempt to do this.
So what do you guys think of this trial? Do you want to carry on with this, do you think? We're just getting a taste.
This is called the well. If you need to step into the well to look at that, feel free.
Can you see all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So up here at the top, there are two notations of duration. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do those notations match your recollection of phone calls with Kendy?
Yes.
You can sit down. So when you got to Kenny, you had these calls. What was Kendy's emotional state by the time she was at her parents' house?
As long as he's testifying to what he saw, his personal knowledge.
All good, dandy.
Go ahead.
Very emotional, still very emotional, sobbing, scared.
Did you observe a interaction between Kendy and her father?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Kendy was telling us what had happened, telling her what happened, and her father went and grabbed a small automatic pistol, semi-automatic pistol, and took the magazine out of it and threw it on the floor. And asked Kendy, is that what you saw? Is that what it looked like? And she said yes.
Were you able to observe observe an emotional response in Kendy to the gun?
I'm sorry, Miss Ellis.
Were you able to observe an emotional response in Kendy to seeing that gun that her father had?
Absolutely.
What was that emotional response?
She was scared. She was scared, didn't want anything to do with it.
Did Kendy touch that gun?
No.
Handled it?
Absolutely not.
Kendy stay in Kamiah?
She did.
How long did she stay in Kamiah?
Just for the, I believe it was, I remember right, it was just that day.
And then where did she go?
She went home.
Did you and Kendy at that time discuss her going back home?
We did.
What did she say?
I told her not to. I told her not to go. And she felt she had to. She had, if I remember correctly, she had an eye appointment she had to be at. She had work. She had animals to take care of. And, you know, she felt, she said to me, even she said that she's not scared to go back, but he knows now. He knows now. He almost got caught. He got caught. He's not, her words were, he's not dumb enough to try that or anything like that again because he was caught.
After Kendy went back, did you continue to correspond?
We did.
Did you continue to correspond at the same frequency that you previously described?
We did.
What kinds of things were you talking about?
With her emotional state, make sure she was okay. You know, we continued on with plans. Plans to, the way what she was looking forward to.
Did Kendy indicate to you in those communications that she was moving forward in the divorce process?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you she was moving forward in the home purchase process?
Yes.
What kinds of things did she tell you that indicated those things to you?
Well, she said, she was still, looking forward to getting everything done, and she would send me photos of, things that she wanted to do with the house. She was very much into wanting to do like a remodel of the home, and that continued. She was sending me things like that, so she was continuing to send me and talking to me about those types of things, what to do with the house and the remodel.
How about the divorce?
And moving forward with the divorce and splitting, doing this, finalizing the paperwork and moving forward with that as well.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 35B, 35C, and 35D. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are text between Kendy and I.
Is that on that same Facebook Messenger platform you previously described?
It is.
And those appear to be accurate portions of conversations.
Yes, they do.
Would you admit 35B, C, and D?
Any objection? Is there anything?
Permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
after she had gone back to Apple, she shared with you her feelings about Dan's demeanor.
Yes,
She said,
she said that he was more accepting of everything, displeasure,
how did that make her feel?
a little more secure,
How did that make you feel?
worried.
Why?
It didn't seem right to me, didn't feel right to me that he was all of a sudden going to be okay with everything and the divorce after that happened. It just seemed like a red flag.
Hang on a second. Speculation, Your Honor. I agree, Sustained, Leach, right. Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you communicate your worry to Kendy?
I did.
Did you see Kendy again?
No.
Did you communicate with Kendy on the day of her death, February 2nd?
Yes.
During that day, did you talk to Kendy on the phone?
Yes.
What was her emotional state on that day?
She was excited. She was happy. That, things were moving forward and continuing on with the house, and she was excited.
Commissioner to approach the witness. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 38E and 38A. You recognize these.
Yes.
What do you recognize these to be?
Messenger from Kendy and I.
Are those the same Facebook Messenger that you previously described?
They are.
Those appear to be accurate portions of conversations between yourself and Kendy?
They do.
Would those be from February 2nd?
Yes.
Would you admit 38A?
Was there a minute of that objection?
Christian published.
Okay.
You recall what time of day the last time was that you talked to Kendy on the phone?
It was a little after 7 p.m. Thank you.
She had that same demeanor that you previously described?
She did.
Is that the last time that you talked to her?
It was.
Did you have a couple of texts after that, or were those all before?
Those were before I had, I think I had sent her one that was not answered.
Is it unusual for Kenny to not correspond with you that evening?
It wasn't.
And I apologize, I'm gonna have to take you all the way back to July.
Yeah.
You previously testified that you corresponded with Kenny on the 11th. Can you call that testimony?
Yes.
You corresponded with her every day?
Yes.
You talked to her on the 12th too?
Yes.
Commissioner Approach. You recognize this?
Yes. It's messaging between Kendy and I.
What do you, same basic messenger platform?
Yes.
Appears to be an accurate portion of the conversation.
It does.
Going to admit 38I.
Any question? 38 ayes and
Did you publish?
okay.
Keep this thing. In that conversation, you discuss picture. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever receive a picture from Kendy?
Yes, I saw pictures.
Was that later?
A little bit later.
No further questions at this time, but I would just move to publish this.
You bet. Yes.
Oh, are they frozen? There we are.
Before we turn to cross-examination, actually, I'll let you guys finish putting those in the bodies and I'll talk. Not necessarily. Were you publishing it at this time?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so as it's being published, if you can read it, but here's the trick is, I don't want you reading while somebody else is testifying, so I'll just give you time to read it. So has everybody read it yet or not? Okay. But we'll just hold tight. How many pages did you just give them?
I mean, total? Total, 20, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, thank you for bringing that to my attention. As we move forward, when it's published, I will pause and give you time to read it. And that kind of ties into what I was going to say next, because we're going to break now for lunch rather than start crossing breaking in 5 minutes. So we'll break now, but the exhibits as they're published to you are for you to read and look at and have the notebooks. However, I've spoken with the council. The agreement is for you not to take the notebooks back with you, but rather keep them here in the reason for that is because right now it's just kind of for convenience, to help you organize, and help the Attorney General publish things to you. And so I do want you to consider them now, but then we move on, and I don't want you to go back and look over those until it's time for deliberations. At deliberations, then you have all the exhibits, you have all the time you need to go over them, but we don't want to overemphasize certain exhibits over others. So that's why I'll just make it easier to post here, not be going back and perusing them while we're doing the trial. Does that make sense? Okay, but I do want you to have time to read everything that's been presented so far. So, in terms of, have you been reading them as they've been coming in? Okay. Why don't we just take a few minutes before I excuse everybody up, and I don't want this to be awkward, but let's just take a couple minutes, let you finish reading them. Maybe when you finish reading them, just raise your hand, let me know, and then we'll break.
How interesting is that? Alrighty then. So I'll set up a separate stream for this afternoon.
I'll let you take your seat.
And I'm gonna collect the exhibits and send them all to my cart.
Okay, guys. Well, I think we will call it. They're going to be finished up here in seconds.
Back up at 1:30, so I'll take you back on, ready to take the stand at 1:30. Yes, sir.
1:30, guys. Dandy, what time is that for you? 1:30. Oh, you're okay. So, alrighty, guys. Hey, Dandy, you might want to listen to the end of this one. And I'll see you guys. Now, I just have to figure out the time. So make sure you hit that bell. And I'll give you it'll give you notification when the next afternoon stream comes in. So, guys, I will see you very soon in the next one. Bye.